Salvation, on the edge of the gray. Sharn, city of towers. And the link between them? The King's Citadel. The ones who do the job no one else can do. Eberron, the shield. A star-forged Aegis who's lived a long time, who's seen peace and war, and will do whatever it takes to keep the first from falling into the second. Merime, the sword. A Kalashtar bard whose dreams prophesy uncertain ends, but the wisdom of whose counsel and love for her sister are unquestionable. Tantin, the brain. A dragon-marked human artificer whose jovial demeanor conceals deep curiosity and razor-sharp intellect, sharp enough to cut down the Citadel's enemies. Nisiana, the heart. A dragon-marked halfling healer whose love for her sister is matched only by her desire to help and heal the members of the Citadel, no matter the cost. Rowan Shallow, the wild card. For most of his life, he's played a dangerous game. When the chips are down, will he fold? Or go all in to save his friends? They found an artifact so powerful it could undo the fragile peace between nations, the Oracle of War, which gives anyone who owns it the knowledge they need to win any battle, and which, in speaking lines from the ancient draconic prophecy, could predict all of Eberron's future. They traveled to Sharn, city of towers, where experts like the Gynosphinx Flamewind began to unravel the Oracle's mysteries as the King's Citadel thwarted assassination attempts from the Emerald Claw and the nation of Thrain, tracked down the daring thief Sky Blue, and defeated the salvage broker and claw operative Erulin Karnak. Apparently. But there can be no rest while the dogs of war howl. And despite the Citadel's best efforts, Thrain and Brayland have inched ever closer to all-out conflict, just as the Oracle predicted. Now the adventurers must return to Salvation, to find the secrets of the Oracle of War before it's too late. But how have things changed since they left? And will those who've sworn to die before they give up their freedom, the servants of the enigmatic Lord of Blades, threaten Salvation's uneasy peace? They've survived the Grey, saved Salvation, and navigated the intrigue and deception of Sharn. But can they stop a war? Only if they remember that in the end, all they have is each other and the King's Citadel. Long live the King. Welcome to Eberron. Welcome to Corvair. Welcome back to Salvation. As we continue, although not for much longer, with Season 3 of Dogs of War in Oracle of War. It is good to see everyone. Welcome, Argonauts. Welcome, everybody, to a Saturday night stream. It is December 16th. We are officially past the midway point of December. I hope everyone has been having a pleasant one. And welcome to Day 46 of Dungeons & Dragons with Infinity and Beyond. This is Eberron, Oracle of War. And this is Judgment of Iron, which is part 4 of Judgment of Iron. Judgment of Iron is itself part 10 of the overall Oracle of War campaign, and it is the conclusion of Season 3 of Oracle of War as well. And so we've got a lot of conclusions and openings and all these things that we're doing as part of Eberron. It is very exciting, super pumped to talk more about this and about where the campaign is going to be going in the time ahead. But before we get there, a couple of reminders about ways to support us here on the channel. If you haven't done so already, please follow us here on the channel. Please check out our YouTube with !ArvTube and subscribe to me over there. It's free to do so. If you're watching me on YouTube right now, welcome, and please feel free to talk in chat over there. I will try to respond as soon as I see it. Also, please feel free free to swing by our Twitch chat, where we are here and hanging out with everybody, and definitely help out the players as well as you're hanging out with our community. Exclamation point Arv Cord is the Discord channel where you can hang out with the Arvanauts in between streams. Exclamation point Arv Tweets is my Twitter, where I will always post when I'm going live. Please follow me there. And on Blue Sky, exclamation point Arv Sky. Website for that, arvanelleron.com. Financially, exclamation point Arv Shop is the merchandise area where you can get stuff, including swag for the Infinity and Beyond crew. The best bad idea we've ever had is the shirts that we have for the Eberron Oracle folks. So definitely join us for pick that up, and that will also support the channel. The Patreon is exclamation point ArvTreon. That is really the financial backbone of the channel, so it really does make a difference, and we really hope that people can jump on board and support us there if possible. And also, please consider, you can also get inspirations to help the players too, and please consider as well subbing to the channel, because subbing and resubbing, depending if you do it at a high enough tier, can also get you those custom sub badges and emotes to use everywhere across Twitch, and can also get you the inspirations to help our players as well. So Patreon and subs both help a lot. Also supporting on the publishing side, exclamation point Icarus for my graphic novel from Athos Arts. Exclamation point Library is my Tales and Tomes from the Forbidden Library. That's my 5e adventure and sourcebook from Alligator Alley Entertainment. And exclamation point Greyshade, which is my Grey Assassin trilogy. The first two books in that, Greyshade and Renegade, are already out. You can get those. You can also get the audiobook from our very own Trent Sparks. You can of Greyshade. You can also get pre-order the tabletop role-playing game of Greyshade being done by Brandon O'Brien. Very excited for that. And you can also pre-order Heretic, which is the final book in the Grey Assassin trilogy. I am working on that as we speak, and that will be out next year. So you can do all of those things. Very excited for more stuff on the writing front coming in 2024. On the last but certainly not least, exclamation point BLM, Black Lives Matter, important to affirm and assert the significance and importance of Black lives. Exclamation point Help Now, which is the World Health Organization page on suicide prevention. Important to reach out to others when you need help, and reach out to others when they need help as well. And exclamation point Ukraine, UKRAINE, to help the people of Ukraine as they fight back against an illegal and illegitimate war with bravery and courage, and send the message that we will do so for others in this situation in the future. Now, quick scheduling note, we're going to be doing this tonight. Then we will be off until Tuesday. Tuesday afternoon, I will be here with Session 0 of Beowulf Age of Heroes. So I will have both Tari Toons and Trendane with me, and we will be talking about the rules of this campaign and what you can expect to see from this awesome new system, which is going to be launching with play in January. So Session 0 is coming up here in December, and Session 1 of that will happen in January. So Tuesday at noon, we'll have Session 0 of Beowulf. Then we will be over on the GOG Comms Twitch channel for Pen and Pixels, as I will be playing Solasta, Palace of Ice DLC. That'll be probably the last session or the next to last session of that, so I'm very excited to be finishing that up. And then the following Friday, we have what may end up being Expedition for the Mysterious Peaks. We still have to find out. And then Saturday, the 23rd, will be some more Starfield. Then we will be off Sunday. Monday is our holiday stream, Monday the 25th. Christmas Day is the holiday stream with my family, so Mrs. Arv and Mini Arv and Little Arv will be joining me for a stream of some awesome game with the family. And then I will be back on, that'll be Monday the 25th, and then we will have the end of the year show, which will be happening a little bit later. I think that same week is when I'll be doing the Game of the Year show, talking about all the games and ranking them that I played this year, and talking about the what the channel holds, what the hopefully things hold for the channel and my writing going into 2024. So it's all going to be awesome. It's a good time. I'm super pumped about it, and I hope you folks are as well, and hi to Triffity Mats also. And with all that said, I'm going to unmute myself and apologize to anyone that I could not hear because they were muted. And now I'm going to unmute them. And last but certainly not least, I'm going to head over to reveal the crew. As you can see, we are all here. They are all here and ready to go. I'm very excited. I'm sure they are as well. There is no possible dangerous situation that they could be facing right now that could bring the King Citadel into some kind of risk. I'm sure it'll be great. I will start.
Clip it right now.
I said evidence. Could. I'm sure there couldn't. But, you know, my predictions could be wrong. The bottom left of the ziggurat, of course, is our good friend Trent Sparks, who you will be seeing more of with Beowulf Age of Heroes on Tuesday, but for right now is involved in a whole other world, in a D&D world. How are you, Trent? I see the beard has been trimmed. The beard is in now. It's much more comfortable. And yes, exactly. So how are you, Trent? How's life in the universe with you? And who are you playing in our campaign today?
Good question.
That's why I asked it.
But let's go back to the could thing. There's a wonderful movie. Well, there's a movie called Virtuosity.
I've heard, yes.
Oh,
Okay,
yeah.
Yeah. And there's a scene in that movie where Russell Crowe's character, Sid 6.7, turns to the guy who programmed him and says, "You're frightfully inadequate for a deity, Daryl." So if you, as our DM, are saying you could know and that, it could be wrong.
I prefer linguistic flexibility, Trent. That's what I appreciate in my rulings,
So this is where, me being me, I would say, you say tomato, and now I can't complete the rest of it because it's incredibly lewd, and this is not the channel for it. Whatever. So, yeah, hi, I'm the trend that guy was talking about. And I have this thing where we have a gremlin that sneaks into our kitchen in the middle of the night and, like, grabs the lemon and lime juice, grabs all the jars and bottles and stuff, and like tightens the lids down like insanely tight so that I can't open them by myself and I have to take them to my housemate. So for Christmas, he bought me a little, bottle opener. It's like this kind of triangular thing that you just slide the bottle and you twist it.
Oh, nice.
So I don't have to go to it, which was awesome. And I opened it up and I figured out where I wanted to put it up underneath the cover. And then I couldn't peel the adhesive cover off the thing. And I was afraid I was going to have to go to him to get him to peel.
Could you open up the bottle opener?
And finally, after working for like 2 minutes, I finally managed to peel the protective coating off and stick it to the thing. And then today, our next door neighbors left us a beautiful bottle of holiday Chex Mix on the thing, and it's some weird, crazy off-brand Ziploc container, and I couldn't open it. And I can't use the bottle opener because it doesn't work like that. And I'm sitting here we're getting ready to go out to pick up groceries and get cheesesteak. And I'm like, so I'm afraid I'm going to rip the lid in half. He's standing right there watching me like, seriously? I'm like, you do it. And so he grabs it. He's pulling out. He's like, okay, wait. And I'm like, ha ha.
See, it wasn't just me.
I mean, he's the one who defined it as like some gremlin that goes, because every now and again, I will go and I'll hand him the bottle and he'll like.
Well, I was thinking about.
I didn't do it. I didn't tighten it.
I was thinking about how generous it was of your roommate to just be like, it must be a gremlin. Like he gets the thing, he's like, oh yeah, it's so, I can't really get this. Oh, it's so difficult to get this open. He's just.
No. Anyway, now that I put food in my mouth, I should start talking again. So I'm playing this guy named Miatantan Tagashar de Ganeth of the House of Ganeth. Which is the House of Making, which are the people that build things like Warforge. So a bit of an emotional conundrum with what's going on. And he has a mechano good boy named Spanner.
That's right. And Spanner right now is taking it on the chin, on the jaw, on the muzzle.
Yeah, the jaw
so far,
and a giant nuclear wood chipper inside.
Yeah, that's exactly. But we shall see what happens with them. But it's always a pleasure to have Trent with us. It is also a pleasure, of course, to have Marie with us, as Marie Bilodeau is once again graced our chat, and I mentioned also graced us with more Christmas cheer. Because we've got the tree back there, so that's that's very nice. I also, I didn't mention this before, but we just literally today got our Christmas tree and put it in, and part of the reason we delayed was because we have 2 new cats, as you folks know, and we have never had cats in the same house as a tree, so we're not putting ornaments up. We put a little wire anchor, but see, all the people who own cats already know the drill. Like, so my cats are just like, this is great. I can leap through the branches at my fellow cat. I'm like, this is not what I wanted. Like this is not. So I don't know. And the guys at the Home Depot were like, oh yeah, it's no problem. You just put chicken wire up. I'm like, I'm not putting chicken wire up in my house around my tree. Like what is wrong with you? Like, chicken wire will solve the problem. You get the impression that if you ask the guy anything like, how do you put mustard on a hot dog? I'd be like, chicken wire. Just take some chicken wire, put it around the mustard. Anyway, regardless, I was thinking about it because of the Christmas tree and because Marie has cats. I'm sorry for interrupting you, Marie. How are you? How's life in the universe with you, and who are you playing today?
I am very good, thank you. And we do have cats, and which is why our trees are not overly decorated. We have a lot of trees too. We have technically we have 4 trees in our house. Last year I had the rainbow tree down here, but it's gone back upstairs, which is also the unicorn tree. But all the unicorn ornaments are breakable, so it is a naked rainbow tree, which stands by itself. And then we have our giant tree in that corner of the living room up there, and it has very few ornaments, kind of at the top and not so much at the
Okay.
bottom. And
Cat
for
proof, right?
right for a while we were like, we put it up for a week with not that many ornaments, nothing breakable, and we're like, they've been really good. I think we're good. We can decorate the rest of it tonight. And then Guimauve here is sitting. He's like, okay. So he walks up and he decides to put his little paws up in the tree like he's reaching for something, but it's an artificial tree. So the whole tree starts spinning as he's walking it in a circle because he's trying to reach this ornament. So we're just sitting there watching our tree spin, going, you know what? Maybe we won't put anything else on it. It's fine. It's good.
That's perfect. Yeah. Your cat was giving you a gift, and you're just sitting there
Yeah.
watching the tree spin round and round.
Gift
Yes,
of
we're
entertainment.
Yeah,
Yes.
exactly.
Yes,
Exactly.
definitely the gift of entertainment. And aside from that, we already celebrated Christmas here. We received my in-laws, Carrie's family. They all came over. We had a good old party. So we're like, well, okay, we're receiving my family on the 24th, but still. But we had the baked good I would like to highlight this week, which is important. There's been a lot of them, so many of them. But we had this beautiful cherry tree. It's technically in our neighbor's yard,
Okay.
but it sweeps into our garden over the fence, and it's been beautiful. For 10 years we've been enjoying the crops. We've been going at it. Our neighbor's super sweet too, so when he can't get to the cherries, he lets us have them, and we've been freezing these bags of cherries, highly producing cherry tree. And Carrie's made jams and pies and all the good stuff. But in April, while I was at Jen's actually for Norwestcon, we had a big ice storm in Ottawa and the cherry tree split in two. So we didn't get a crop this year. Like, the tree's gonna come down next year. It's already trying to take down our fence. We've solidified the sucker, hoping it survives the winter. But so we had some of the cherries frozen from last year still, and Carrie made a final
Oh,
swan song of a cherry pie from our cherries, and it was so good.
the final cherry pie. Wow.
Yeah, it was a little bitter, which is how you'd want that, a little sour
Yeah,
side,
yeah, yeah,
like
yeah,
a
yeah.
sour note. It was so good.
What is uh,
Hostess.
oh, hostess? Because of the
You were muted,
you're
by the
muted.
way. Friend.
So
Yeah,
But
okay.
well,
your
because I had
face
my
is
mouth
very
full of food.
Yeah, yeah. I see. Well, I'm sorry to hear about the cherry tree, but I'm glad that you enjoyed the last vestiges of
was
the tree, so to speak.
it was very good. Thank you. Yes, so that is done. And I am playing Mérimée Hawksmoor. I am a rapier wielding, generally happy-go-lucky bard, a veteran of the wars, sister of Nisiana, Jen's character, who's having a generally good time going around with her friends. Although lately it's been getting a little bit too dark, a little bit too prophecy-y, and a little bit too much leaning into her heritage, her Kalashtar heritage, and she was comfortable with, but also it seems to be of use, and she will do anything she can and use anything she must to ensure her sister and her friends' safety. So looking forward to tonight and living and having a grand old party with cherry pie. Yay!
Exactly. On all fronts. Always a pleasure to have Marie with us. Also a pleasure, of course, to have the amazing Brandon O'Brien with us. Aforementioned Brandon O'Brien in terms of designer of the Gray Shade stuff, as I was talking about in the introduction. Although also has a big poetry event coming up, which I'm curious to find out more about. But Brandon, how are you? How's everything in your neck of the woods? How's life in the universe? Is there such an event, which I have seen somewhere that I have heard of? And who are you playing today?
So I will start by informing you that yes, such an event is in fact taking place. The wonderful Akua Leslie Hope has been doing a wonderful speculative poetry reading series on Facebook and Twitch for the last 3 years, if I'm not mistaken, in fact. And I will be doing a reading tomorrow evening, 7 p.m. Eastern time. Time zones are still baffling me, but it is 7 p.m. Eastern time. So if you're following me on social media, you'll get more information about that, including the link for where to go to find that thing. And that will actually be very dope. but yeah, things have been good with me so far. This season is typically very emotionally intense for me. I'm keeping busy by doing work. Um, so I've been writing a lot, working on some things that I can't talk about yet, but you will be very pleased to hear about some things at some point very much in the future. Um, Also, a thing that happened is, as I had mentioned sometime ages ago on other streams here as well, I had been accepted for the Tin House Winter Online Workshop.
Yep.
And I have now successfully paid all of the tuition
Oh,
fees
yay.
for.
Awesome.
Yay.
So that's finally happening. Yay, I'm very excited. Now I have to actually finish the book that I have to read from. So I guess that's a thing that I'm working on now. But yeah, I'm very excited to see how this potentially helps me finally get to where some of y'all cool kids are at and finish a novel. So I'm very excited for that to happen. So yeah, hi everybody, I'm Brandon O'Brien. I'm a poet, writer, and game designer from Trinidad and Tobago. I do lots of things here, including but not limited to also GM and play games over at Speculate, which is also a cool thing happened there as well, which is we just wrapped up the recording of the Pitman Sculpture yesterday evening. Which is coincidentally around the same time that some of y'all would have heard episode 1 of the Pitman Sculpture, which I'm very excited about. I think that series is really dope. Apocalypse Keys is a wonderful game. The book is huge, and I'm still kind of proud of myself for figuring out how that game works, but everyone in that game is absolutely brilliant, and I can't wait for you to hear more of it. But you're not here for that, you're here for this, and to see me play Rowan Shallow, the fool on this team, who only this once hasn't died immediately in combat yet, but we'll wait to see how long it takes me, because I only have a few more turns left in me, I think. So yeah, let's see if this wild magic sorcerer actually doesn't get flattened this one combat.
I'm sure it'll be fine. As I told Brandon before, Rowan has a higher percentage of hit points remaining than Merime does. And the fact that still is almost half of Merime's actual real hit points is not the important thing. It's percentage that matters, really. It's percentage yield of hit points, you know?
None of that is how that math works, but I'm gonna take it as a blessing in disguise anyway.
Yes, absolutely. Always a pleasure to have Brandon here. Thank you, and also a pleasure, of course, to have Jennifer Brozek here, who has returned to us again. Very exciting to have Jen back with us. Good to see you, Jen. How is life in the universe in your neck of the woods and things coming up for you? And who are you playing today?
Life is good. It is interesting. Some exciting things going on. I'm fully into novel number 15, so I'm a little bit novel brained right now. Today, I actually had a different game that I was at, and since my birthday was last week, a friend of mine there made us gluten-free scones and gluten-free peppermint cookies, and they are very, very good.
Nice.
She made enough that I could bring home to share with my husband for like the next week. So
Wow.
We're set. But the big thing that I'm working on, I'm going to put it in here. I will be having a Kickstarter in next March that has a backer kit for it already. And it's called Dear Pen Pal, Belgium 1980. And it is a cozy ghost story that is appropriate for middle grade children and up. Anybody who's a Gen Xer, who's a military brat, who likes cozy ghost stories, and best of all, likes snail mail, like actual mail that's not a bill, that's not spam, and is not political. You will get 24 letters over a year telling you the story. Well, won't you be my pen pal? And I'm very excited about it.
They even have a countdown timer for that. Like coming to Kickstarter in 100 days, 15 hours, 37 minutes. Wow, that's cool.
Yes. Well, I have to admit, I was smart enough to hire a team to help me run this because I have never run a Kickstarter. And they're very good. I'm very pleased with them.
Actually,
I just want to geek out.
Yeah, go ahead.
I just want to geek out very briefly about a thing. This is me telling you all that you should do the thing. I think just personally, I am so very enamored of both epistolary fiction that is actually the epistolary form that it is claiming to be, and stories about ourselves in the past. So I dig this a lot. And if you if you like my opinion at all, you should do the thing.
Yeah,
Thank you, Brandon. I did live in a 300-year-old manor house in Belgium. And a lot of very interesting and strange and weird things have happened to me and my family. And throughout my writing career, I've pulled bits of pieces from living in this manor house into my writing. This is the first time I'm like, no, I'm just going to delve in and tell a fictionalized story from fictionalized me, 3 years condensed into one, of all the things that happened and, more. So
it's a very
I'm
cool
very
idea.
excited about this.
Are you at liberty to mention who the team is that's doing it? Because I know, but are you okay seeing who the person is that's running it?
I guess I'm not under an NDA with them, and they didn't tell me not to say.
Because go ahead.
It's the Rem Alternus crew.
Right, and everybody on this channel should know that, of course, because Rem Alternus is one of our vocalists, so that's why I was mentioning it.
I'm also about to do a Buffy game with one of the Rem Alternus crew.
Nice.
We're going to record it in like January, and then it's going to be played in February. I'm not quite sure how that works.
As in, you're going to play a Buffy RPG?
Yes, and I'm going to play a psychic. It's going to be exciting. Yeah, it'll be fun. But in this game, I am playing Nisiana Di Jarasco, a halfling from the healing house of Jarasco. Like Tren's character, when she does any of her magic, her dragon mark will basically say, please shoot me now. Because Tren's is these great flames coming off of his arms, and mine is a giant swirling dragon like a crown around my head.
Very stealthy.
Also, I currently have an aura of life up, which, by the way, I need access to be moving that red circle around with me.
Oh, okay.
And while that's up, people don't die. Hopefully. You have to take an awful lot of damage to die within that aura of life. Unfortunately, I don't have to be conscious for it to still exist.
It looks like you'll need to do one of those on your own. I can't assign control of it to you, so you'll just have to because you can draw a circle or whatever, same way I can, and then I'll just delete this one. So.
I'll have to figure out how to do that because they changed everything around here.
Yeah, I know they changed everything in that. Yeah, there also Thordex Mumby had asked about what breed cats everybody has. So yes, as Triff had said, I have 2 Siberians, but he was curious about what Marie and Jennifer had. So maybe folks can enter that in chat as I move on to talk to John. But it is a great pleasure to have Jen with us, and I agree that Kickstarter I thought was really cool when Jen told me about it, and I think it's really neat, and I'm hoping for the best for it. By the way, quick note, simply because this is a friend of mine too. Speaking of epistolatory novels, congratulations to Martha Wells, whose Murderbot series was just picked up by Apple TV, and which is absolutely going to get made. I have been telling my student, I've been teaching that book for several years, that this is like this and This Is How You Lose the Time War are made for streaming television. Like Murderbot is just one of my favorite characters, one of the best voice characters, I think, in SFF today. Super, super good. And Martha and I have been friends for a while, and I am really glad to see that Martha, over the last 6 to 10 years, has finally gotten the credit that she deserved for many years before that. So congratulations to Martha on Murderbot being picked up by Apple TV, which I'm sure will do very, very well for them. Sorry, John.
Brandon.
What?
Brandon.
Yes?
There's a creepy white guy behind you.
It's like, what are you talking about? That I'm like, oh.
Wow.
I completely missed whatever. Oh my God.
See? That's like, oh,
Brandon.
I'll have you know, this is in fact a non-creepy Japanese man.
Oh.
But
that makes all the difference. Yeah.
It's the holidays, so I can only do 2 things during the Christmas season, and one of them is always change my Zoom background to Santa-chan from Kamen Rider Double.
That's awesome.
Oh my gosh.
I had no idea what Trent was doing. I'm like, what? And then I'm like, what the hell is
Yeah.
Oh man. Anyway.
By the way, I don't ever put up Christmas trees anymore because of my cats, because
Yeah, I was just talking to
Prelude
them
takes
about this.
flying leaps into them. So we put up a light in the shape of a tree on the wall because no, that's not a
I was
thing.
saying in the green room, we just
Yeah.
got a Christmas tree and the two cats are leaping at each other through the branches. Anyway, I need to move on so we can get started. It's a
Yes.
pleasure to have Jen with us. It is also a pleasure to have John with us. We are glad to have John with us. We're not 100% sure if we would, and we do. So it is great to have John with us here. John, good to see you. How is life in the universe with you in sunny Wisconsin? And who are you playing today?
Well, it's not all that sunny anymore. So, but to answer
Okay.
Thordak's question, I have we have two old kitties. One is I call a grumpy tortie princess, and the other one is a barn. Is such a barn. Brought inside because we're apparently crazy now. She's adorable, so that's how she gets away with most of the crap she gets away with.
Mhm.
But they're both getting on like 17 years old,
Wow.
starting to show, and yeah. Yep. Yeah, it's good here in Wisconsin. It was a ridiculously warm, like 43 degrees warm in December, which is odd.
Yeah.
But I'll take it. A little rainy. There you go.
Fahrenheit.
Uh-huh.
Just checking.
So
Okay.
I am playing Eberron. I'm happy to be here because there was some question whether I was going to actually be here. I'm pleased to be with the group. And yes, the Star Forged, Aegis Warforged, say that 5 times fast. And yeah, that's should be fun, if assuming we survive. Yes, because we have a really big Warforged that might be bearing down on us, just not so sure. So
Big Warforged, yes. All right, let's do that. Pleasure to have John.
I don't
with
get
us.
to be a big Warforged till level 14, but I am looking forward to that. But
Yeah,
that's not right now.
Yeah,
Not
you've
right
been
now,
so
unfortunately.
squishy so far, like so easy to get hits
Well,
in on you and do damage.
I mean, not like Rowan, but
Yeah, sure. Rowan absorbed. Maybe that's true. Like it's like matter cannot be created nor destroyed. Maybe Rowan's squishiness is inversely proportional. I beg your pardon, to your solidity.
Well,
I think I think that's actually the criterion right there. Because I am very soft and Eberron is very hard.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's
but
right.
Actually, it's either this next level or 12 where I actually start to be able to siphon, and one of the powers I have, I can send someone one of my motes, and I can therefore channel damage from them to my armor. We'll see if that might have to come in handy for certain people in the party. Yes, I know you would.
Can you give me that permanently? Can I wear that around my neck?
I feel like it's setting up
only when I feel like it. So.
It feels like it's setting up also for a perfect like Marvel film Endgame with Iron Man. I can't imagine why that wouldn't have any results just like that. Anyway, it's too soon, I know. Great pleasure to have everybody with us. Let's head over to the map and let's talk about what happened in our last session as I fire up a little bit of music. Let's get some combat music going. Not because we're not immediately in combat, but because there was a lot of combat that was going on at the moment. No, not that one. Let's go with this one. There we go. In our last session, the King's Citadel has made its way to the once secret and now revealed fortress of Razor Crag in the Grey, in the Mornland, where the Lord of Blades resides, and has been gathering his troops together for a strike against the civilized peoples of Brayland and beyond. And in this, the King's Citadel managed to find this place after dealing with a scouting party and everything else, and they are in a way they were the advanced scouts for the Argonth, the flying fortress of Brayland, which has been heading towards this area in an attempt to strike a blow against the Lord of Blades, and partially as sending a message about you can't come in and raid our borders and our country with impunity. And so as a result, the order was placed to send the Argonth there, and so it has done so. The party, in the process of doing this, managed to get over the wall of this place using these soar sleds, landed on the other side, and found themselves in a heap of Warforged, where they were battling Warforged from one place to another. There were a number of them that came up. There were different kinds of them as well, different forms of Warforged. But there were a few things that stood out to the party, which it's important to note here. The first is that the party is in the middle of Razor Crag with a series series of these buildings around. And one of these buildings is what looks more or less like a forge with blue smoke billowing from this chimney of a large stone building. Now, the reason this forge may be of particular interest to the party is the fact that when they were setting up for this, they consulted, of course, the Oracle of War about this, and the Oracle's message to the party was, "Seek the Maker, where fire and air are chained. The battle is lost, but victory may yet be gained." Why does this matter? Well, for one thing, the party has been looking for a while for the creator of the Oracle of War, a dwarf named Sarang Maranan, who is supposedly being kept prisoner by the Lord of Blades. And so the party put two and two together and said, that looks like a forge, that looks like a place that has some elemental power to it, and that must be where our guy is. So we have to go find him and rescue him. They also are looking for other prisoners, Lady Johanna, for example, Mother Johanna, who has been also captured in one of the raids on Salvation earlier. And then in addition to all of that, the party also wants to disable the defenses of this place so that it can allow the rest of the Braelish forces to, flood into the city, take over, and strike a decisive blow, hopefully ending the threat of the Lord of Blades. So there's a lot of that going on. The party had not an all-eventful combat, he said, after which, right at the very end of it, this massive, almost titan of a warforged burst forth from one of the buildings. And one of the descriptions that I love about this is not just that it is a large creature, but that it has literally on the sides of this thing, it has several smaller warforged on these little platforms basically next to it with crossbows. Now, Titan size does not mean giant size, so I'm not talking Big Mo, size, but it is very, very large, and it has come crashing out of the building, though it does not appear to be directly facing the party. This map that you see in front of you, chat, is filled with warforged and Braelish soldiers, a few of them anyway, that made it over in the source sleds. So there's a lot of battle and a lot of confusion going on. And so this does not seem to be directly, this Titan does not seem to be heading directly towards them. So the party has to think about the forge, about finding the prisoners, about disabling the defenses, and about hopefully, ending the reign of the Lord of Blades and, do all that without, losing their lives themselves. So I'm sure it should be fine. In our last session, we found that Rowan Shallow had taken 29 out of 58 hit points is what I have you at, Rowan. Is that what you have too? Does that concur with your amount?
It sadly does, yes.
Okay. But has a hero point left over. Merime has 50 out of 120, but also has a hero point. Is that what you have, Merime?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
I appreciate the hero point.
Oh, listen, the least I could do. Nisiana, of course, has 51 out of 90 with a hero point. Is that what you have, Nisiana? Okay. Alarian is currently sitting at 61 out of 87 and 23 out of 43 Aegis and a hero point. Is that what you have, Alarian?
And yes, and 3 spirit dice.
Okay. And then Tantin has got 63 out of 68 hero points. 63 hero points. Inspiration. No. 63 hit points, excuse me. And then 1 hero point. Is that what you have for yourself? Okay. And last, Spanner, who is a good boy, but has at the moment only 4 out of 57 hit points. So Spanner is in kind of rough shape.
Ow.
So we are not technically in initiative at the moment. As I hand this back over to the party, you are technically out of it unless you're going to engage this Titan. But otherwise, you could try if you wish, and I think you had said you might want to do this, avoid it and try to go towards the forge where you had suspected that there may be some stuff going on. So I'm going to hand things over to the party. Party, what would you like to do? Is my assumption the correct one about what you've done?
Yes, it is. We are going to book for the forge running around this building. So basically, we're running to cover our right here.
Okay.
We're all booking it that way before this thing does before we attract the Titan Warforge's attention.
I see.
So yes.
Okay. So
booking.
Was that a no from Jen?
I think that was a no to engaging the creature, but maybe I'm wrong.
Okay. All right.
Wait, I
She
think
looks frozen.
no, she's not. I just saw her blink.
Really, I haven't seen her move at all.
I take it back. She is frozen. You're right.
Oh,
Oh, there we
she
go.
says that. Oh, there she blinked.
Now she blinked. Okay, good. Is that confirmed, Nisiana? Was that no, meaning you don't want to deal with
we're going around the we are not engaging with said big giant guy.
Okay.
Or Mini Mo.
Okay. All right. And just to be clear, the item which is the hold on a second there we go. So actually, I think I may have spoken incorrectly about where this thing is.
Oh.
The thing that is billowing out smoke and so on. Sorry, the map is not great, so give me a second. I believe
What?
it is. I think I may have told you it was this building, but I believe the building actually is this one that's billowing out the stuff.
That's the one that has smoke coming out of it.
That has smoke coming out of it, yes.
On the map, it has smoke coming out of it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Which one? Where?
this one right
The
here.
first one, it's
Well-
bluish smoke that's trailing out of the building.
Yeah,
Well,
wait a second.
Maybe it's not actually there, and Greg would
fog.
like us to use our
No.
imagination.
Oh, that was originally when we last game.
It was,
Brandon's
yeah.
character saw the smoke back there, which is why we were headed that way. And we know not to touch the green things because they are sharp and explode.
They did some extra damage. It was fun.
Oh, you know
Very
what?
useful.
I
Huh?
bet
No,
I
I don't know
bet
what-
I know what happened. All right, let me.
Somebody made a shitty map.
Well, I
Are
mean,
you about
this
to
map.
tell me that right is
Honestly,
north? 'Cause I
honestly, the
will-
one problem with the Oracle of War is that their maps are terrible, and so these are actually separately purchased battle maps that people have made, which are pretty good. But
Oh.
all right, I'm going to reveal something quickly. Yeah, no, that is. I don't believe that is right.
That's not the
So
forge.
that is
That's-
not that's not the forge.
obviously a damaged satellite dish.
There, that's right. There is, there is smoke that is emanating from it, but it looks more along the lines of sort of like a chimney. The reason I was thinking about this is that this building, because the Elemental Forge is pretty large, and this is the largest building, and indeed that is keyed properly on the map. So, so
Okay.
that's my fault for misunderstanding. I think what happened is I looked at the map and I made the same reaction, and I was like, "Oh, this is the thing," but it's actually not.
But what
So
you're
we could have
saying
been
is we
trying to
have
break
to.
into this building here.
Yeah, wait a second. Just hang on a second, because I'm.
Well,
very
no, what you're saying
confused
is
by
we
the-
have to go back and redo the entire last session.
No.
No?
No, I'm wrong. I'm totally wrong. I'm completely wrong. This is right. They literally renumbered it incorrectly. This is correct. I was right the first time.
Okay.
That thing you saw was not a detail map anyway. I have a full detail map for this. That's the interior. So
That was
never
a
mind. I'm
journey.
wrong. This is correct. I was right. Past me knew what he was doing. Forget about present me. Okay, so my apologies.
Who?
Yeah, exactly. So you have no idea what this is. This is the largest building here, but the one that you're going to is the one here. So you're making your way around
Okay.
the right side of the building you said towards
Yes.
this. Okay. Lovely. All right. And I'm going to delete this red circle because you have your
Yes.
green one, right? Okay,
Yes, I do, and I can move it with me.
great. Okay.
I did as close to your range as I could.
Yep. No, that seems right. I would like all of you, please, to make a stealth check for me as you go. This is a very easy stealth check. The battle is like raging, and so
Stealth.
very
Oh,
easy.
nice. Oh, there it is. Sure, let's see.
Okay. All right.
Rowan made 20.
Rowan
Wow.
secretly. Merime also secretly. Wow. Tanton just
Wow.
vanishes into the bush.
Wait.
All right, Alarian.
Sure.
Got
I'll-
this hilarious.
23, 23. You've betrayed us.
in a one. I'll give
That
it
is very funny, though, that everyone is like, immediately not visible, except for Alarians, who's like, I am secretive. Like, you're floating above.
I
I
am
float.
something.
I don't move, but I float on the ground, and it's not like they're not
true.
really known for bending over and like scuttling anywhere.
Well, the
Sure.
good news for you is that as a group, you are much more, based on stealth than this creature is. If the four of you, actually, Tanton, if you could move Spanner as well, and Rowan and Mermaid would be so kind as to head over to this circle where Nisiana and Alarian await. This dude comes here and is charging towards the front gate. And as you sort of head around into the building, you hear this terrible, like, screaming and smashing sound as, like, metal on tortured metal sounds are emanating from that area. So, and meanwhile, of course, the Argonth continues to fire, towards you, towards the general encampment, and the ballistas on the top of these towers are firing back. So everything should be fine. All right. As you rush towards the forge, then, this bluish smoke, there's a set of these double doors, and as you get up to the front of them, you can see that they are emblazoned in iron with the intimidating face of what you must assume is the Lord of Blades. This cruel-looking face with two sort of, looks almost like blade-like appendages coming down from his helmet, sort of below his chin. So, obvious question, would you folks like to just Kool-Aid Man into the front door, or how are you going to get into this?
It only works on brick walls, first of all.
That's true.
So. Doors look like they open push in or pull out.
They look like they open inward. Very much Aragorn, in Two
There
Towers.
you go. Now that, there you go.
Yeah.
Yes. But that's not probably a very good idea to do this. I assume we can hear nothing from inside given the din of battle around us. Probably impossible.
That is, you can try to make a perception check, but yes, it's extremely loud outside. You would think it unlikely.
Okay. And the door doesn't look, is there any kind of a locking mechanism? Just a handle?
It just looks like two handles. You don't know if it's locked. You don't see any obvious sort of bar or lock on the front of it, though.
Didn't we get a badge or something from one of those downed?
You got...
Did we?
Yeah.
We did. There was a pin.
Yes, like a pin or a symbol. That's correct.
It was before we got here. Yeah,
that's right.
The previous fight.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right.
So who has that? Is that Trent?
No.
Got mage robes, and that's about it.
I think Alarian kept it. It made more sense for
So, well, I guess
Warforged.
Okay, then I guess I have it. So.
Okay. All right. Well,
that actually does kind of make more sense given who's on the ground.
It's true.
Yeah.
I'm going to get to one side of the door and motion Mermaid to get on the other side of the far side of the other door. And
I'm going to bring you to the map, actually, while we do that.
You?
That means we have to move our characters onto the map again.
Fortunately, I've got you covered, I think.
Oh, you're going to grab
wow.
my circle?
Tanton turned into a dog. Where did the Spanner? That's weird.
Awesome.
Oh, there's my circle.
I got your circle, and I think I have... Alarian, I think I have your...
I don't
see
there I am.
A big black thing. We're all at the bottom of the map.
There we go. Oh, sorry.
I'm okay.
There you go. Now it should bring you over.
Nice.
Is that all of you? I think that's all of you.
But now I can't move my green circle.
Oh no. Right, because I copied
Did
it.
this building suddenly get bigger, or are we very small?
It is a pretty big building, but not quite that small. Once you get inside, I'll scale it up properly. But yeah, it's just that we have a more comprehensive map.
Oh, stop that.
Yeah, let me know when you have it done, and I'll delete the other one.
Making sure it's the right size.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Okay. Delete the one.
Okay. Which one is the one that's on the left? Which one is yours?
I was about to say you're the only one that. Oh wait, no, you would be able to delete.
I didn't do that.
No, I just moved it.
Oh, okay, you moved it. Okay, so gotcha. So that means that
I will I'm inside mine. How's that?
Well, who is the Lord of the Rings? I had to. I'm sorry.
I'm gonna have to wait because it's not. Oh, there we go. There we go. Got it. All right, lovely.
Yay.
Okay, so you can move it back over yourself if you wish.
And you can move it back over yourself if you wish.
There you go.
Ink double.
All right. Why do I have, Larian, the various... Were you prone at a certain point? I'm wondering why I have all those symbols there.
So the shield actually is armor of faith. That's still ongoing.
Yes, okay.
I can't remember what the prone thing was.
Slip disc.
Yeah, maybe. Literally.
I'm going. It may have been a in
Uh,
combat thing.
Wasn't slowed.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I'm
I
going to
don't know.
delete it for now. It's funny.
Yeah.
The icon actually says back pain trend in the in Roll20 is what it literally
Oh,
says.
my back!
My back. Okay.
Back!
So yes, the
Okay.
doors swing inwards. Are able to swing inwards whenever you choose to do
Yeah,
so.
I would like to move. Let's Rowan and me and Tanton, could you switch places with me, please? And actually, what really happens is they kind of sweep you to back, so you're standing behind me. Thank you. That's one of you at least. There we go. And then now they, with a big hand, shove one door inward. So the door I'm next to, I'm going to open that up. But
Oh.
not step inside. I'm still staying out to the side.
Right. You're just sort of moving. Yeah.
Correct.
Okay. So
Still need the door will open.
bear with me 1 second whilst I get
Doing your
Just
maps, sir.
just the map. You have no idea how many maps they want me to work with. It's amazing. Can't work under these conditions. Okay. So,
It's like having a Thomas guide in D&D.
a which?
I love Thomas guides.
What is
They
it?
are some of the best maps you will ever use.
I am.
Before
What is a
GPS?
Thomas guide? Oh, okay.
Thomas
Yes.
guides.
Okay, yes. Now I
Man.
know what you're talking about. I was like, what is a Thomas guide?
It's part
Look
of
it
my emergency. I have a local Thomas guide for the entire state of Washington. I have the
Ah, very
big
cool.
thing because
Okay.
they
So
were very useful.
this opens, and I assume you're like opening it and then like just sort of peeking in.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay. So this opens into a very large hallway, or a hall, I should say, not a hallway, a hall, which is at the front of the building. And there are a couple of things to note about it. As we have the platform there.
It's large, as you stated.
Going this way. Yeah. I was definitely not kidding about that. It's pretty sizable. Okay.
Are we correctly sized for this?
No, I will fix that in a minute.
I presume that the larger squares are 10 feet and the sub-squares are 5.
So, no, these. Let me confirm. No, these are actually. So yeah, that's why I was saying these are 5 feet. So if I zoom this out a bit, so you'd be more like let me use Alarian as an example. I'm not moving you in there permanently, but just it would be more like that probably.
Oh, okay.
I'm gonna have to really redraw my circle.
Yeah. So we're talking more like that. It's sort of a little bit zoomed in. Okay. So
Well, move yourself in there and then adjust to the size of the squares so that it's right once he resizes you.
yeah, which I'll do in a moment. Okay. So let's see. Couple of notes about just the interior of this building, which is significant. And that is, so the ceilings are about 10 feet high here from what you can tell. These are flagstone floors that are well maintained. The forge inside here is brightly lit, and there are a lot of those ever-bright lanterns, those magical lanterns, which are sort of set at regular intervals along the walls. But the thing that you note is there are these acrid smells of iron mingled with earth and fire that kind of fill the air so strongly, in fact, that you kind of have to adjust to it a little bit because it's not super easy to breathe. And in addition to, you might have expected in a forge to hear like clank, clank, like that sort of thing. But what you hear instead is this low but distinctive and in fact somewhat uncomfortable hum. It is a hum that you both hear and feel. You almost sort of feel the hair standing up on your arms a little bit as you are, sort of experiencing this. Except for Alarian, your moats sort of stand up a little bit on your armor scales.
But you ladies with your hairy arms, they're standing up.
But it feels very much like a static electricity in this place almost. And again, that hum is sort of very much available here too. As the door opens, you notice that there are some. You are not alone in this room. There are a group of people, creatures.
20 Warforged.
Would you say that the feeling down here in here is similar to being down in the cogs in Sharn?
The reason I want to answer this properly. No. The way this feels to you is the way it would feel in your workshop, Tanton, were it to be elevated and expanded to a massive scale. So, I mean, so I guess what I would say is, yeah, there's a little bit of what you just described, yeah, but it's also much more something which feels like there's something on a very large scale. You can feel what is clearly to you, Tanton, elemental energy. It does, however, probably feel a little bit like when you were in the presence of the thing on the conclave, not the conclave, the floating, fortress that you folks dealt with some time ago. Say again.
Citadel?
Yeah, the Citadel, the Citadel, right? The thing which was that had been kind of reconstituted for war.
The cigarette.
The power thing there, that power item felt very much like that when you were in that room next to it, but at a much higher scale. So Merime in particular, you would also have, because you were there too, you would sense this as well. Okay, and let us put a couple of people out here. No, that's not to scale. Fear not.
Okay.
So
Yeah,
mad.
I'm trying to figure out how I'm going to do a 60-foot diameter.
Never mind that.
Because
Oh God,
thing.
they have duplicates of us.
Knew it.
Okay.
God, it's even bigger than the one outside. And another
I'll
one.
fix that in a minute.
if each one of these 4 squares is,
It's not. Each one of these 4 squares is like 5 feet. So,
so that is like my 30 feet from me is fucking huge.
The whole room. Yeah.
The whole room, basically.
okay. So there we go. So there are 1, 2, 2, and 1. Okay. And one other one who, yeah, this guy.
Oh, jeez.
He looks
Cute.
nice.
Okay, so this one is standing in the middle of these 4 Warforged, as you can see when you come close to them. There are these 4 Warforged, and they are standing there facing you. As they stand there facing you, you can see that in front of them is what looks like clearly their commander, if you had to guess. They are all carrying, the 4 of them are carrying long swords and short swords, 1 each, which are all drawn, by the way. And the one in front of them, you are all struck by a moment, because as you look at the main character, it reminds, at the one in the middle there, who's a little bit taller and bigger than the others, you can see something which reminds you very much of Eberron. He is a little taller than the others. He is perhaps not floating, but his armor seems to itself have little kind of edges or scales that are reminiscent of Eberron's armor. And as you are sort of kind of looking at him and the rest of them, he steps forward and he says, "Identify yourself. Do it now." And he has an enormous spiked maul at his belt.
Okay. Well, since they only see me,
Right.
actually,
That's
I'm
all
in
they see
full,
so far.
Yep, I'm in full armor. Warforged Eberron, we need help out here. The humans are pressing the attack. We need reinforcements.
And he sort of stares at you and then says,
And I look beat up, thankfully, so it actually.
"That's right. I do not recognize your appearance. Where have you come from, and from where were you stationed?"
we were ambushed at the opening, at the entrance to the Lord of Blades headquarters. I came back here to warn them, but the assault was already on. I barely escaped with my life, and have been defending the gates ever since.
Why, when the Lord of Blades informed you that all Warforged must take positions at the exterior and perimeter, are you found here inside and alone?
I was assigned to go get reinforcements. The gates are in danger of falling.
He says, I did the assigning. And he stares at you and his eyes glow yellow.
Oops.
I think on that time I'm going to raise the heavy crossbow in my hand and just shoot him.
Okay.
Boring conversation anyway.
That's right.
Look, we're going to have company.
Hey, at least you tried. You tried.
But
Yeah,
you tried.
That's right.
Oh, man, that's funny. Okay. All right. Folks, I'm going to ask us to do a little thing we like to call rolling initiative. Don't do it yet. Don't do it yet. Wait a second. Let me delete everybody off of this so that it doesn't screw up, as it has sometimes done in the past. Now you may touch your token and please roll initiative.
So just to make sure that I understood what just happened, is this guy basically saying he's the Lord of Blades?
No, you don't. Well, I mean, you don't see him. Alarian doesn't think so. This does not at all look like the sort of face that you saw on the doors. And he doesn't.
He's not nearly as scary.
Yeah, I mean, he looks like a badass, but not that much of a badass.
Right.
Right. Plus, it seems odd that he'd just be standing here with these other 4 dudes. So, but they clearly are guards of some kind.
Not on some sort of bladed throne, wrapping his fingers or some nonsense. Okay.
So can I just say that my aura actually just takes up its whole room because it looks like it does.
Does it really?
It's 30 feet one way. It's a 60-foot diameter.
That's convenient. Then yes.
Okay. Well then, in this particular room until we move.
Yep. Also,
well, that's going to be handy.
It lasts for 10 minutes, right? So I would say that you had used up a minute by the time the end of this was. Getting up to and around and up to there means you probably have about, again, this isn't going to matter for this fight, probably you have about 6 minutes on it left. So your guess is, Nisiana, that it won't last much past this. But, obviously this will be very useful. Let me just resize slightly.
My countdown here.
Okay.
With my giant D20 that was gifted to me by Evergreen Burrow. It's very pretty.
Very cool.
Nice.
And very big. Very large.
Yes. She
Very
hand
giant.
makes them.
Whoops.
Nice.
Really? Oh, that's cool.
Sorry.
Yeah.
She
will make them
resized
actually
there.
with slices of a person's book inside them too.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. So if you want dice with the gray shade in them,
Ooh.
you can get it done.
That sounds
You can get it
promising.
custom.
Okay.
Green
So,
Shade doesn't rely on luck.
that's true. He relies only. Yeah. It's funny because I was in my third Heretic, which I'm writing right now. There was a discussion of fate in the book that I was writing just this very earlier today. Okay. Right. So
Dice follow the narrative.
that's it.
Is there something like full defense in this game? I can't remember.
Yeah, you can basically position yourself to take the dodge action, which basically means that they'll roll with disadvantage against you because you're doing nothing but trying to avoid being hit. But that's literally all you can do. But it is very useful for that reason.
I think that's what I may do this first round because unless I need to heal somebody immediately. I mean,
Okay, and that
Rowan.
is-
Rowan's, well, you're within my aura in this room, so
But go ahead and blow yourself up. No problem.
Okay. Oh, that's cool. They've added a new thing with the turn order. You can just click the
Thanks.
thing right up there.
Thanks for giving me permission. That's what I'm gonna take that as.
Okay. All right. Rowan with the 19, it looks like. And then we have got Alarian with the 16. All right. Sounds promising.
actually maybe I'll just hold my actions until after everybody has moved.
I'm going to give you, by the way, on that, Alarian, if you actually are going to do the attack that you
Oh,
said,
hell yes.
then
Yes.
I'm not going to give you it as a freebie, but I will give it to you a +2 when it gets to you because you're kind of like oh, let me think about that. Pew! So
Yeah.
you can...
That's exactly it. It was the pause. Like, what are you? It's like he was waiting. Then, yeah.
You're like,
Literally boring
what's your
conversation
operating
anyways,
number?
exactly.
Yeah. It's like, oh, man. Okay. Right.
And if you guys want, when you click on your token, there's a little cog icon that appears. You can click that and put in your name if you want to. If it, you know.
Yeah, and they've added the descending and ascending in the turn order little window as a separate little thing, which is nice.
Which sort of works because Spanner should be after me, but whatever.
Right. Yeah, I assumed that would be the case. Okay. Here we go. Rowan, you are up first. You definitely were able to hear, not very well because of the din outside, but you were barely able to hear the conversation. Then you saw Larian shoot something. So presumably it's on from what you had to guess. What do you want to do?
Okay, so to qualify again, what is in this room other than our enemies?
So right now in this room, you have got so you've got doors that you can see to the eastern and western sides of the room, and you have two very large doors that are up at the northern side of the room. There's a hallway that extends to the left, and inside this hallway, there is, well, this thing, there's something else like on the wall, but I don't want to tell you what it is because it's on the opposite side of the wall from you. So, so you're gonna have to sort of like sneak around to like see what's on the other side of the wall. But at the very least, I can tell you about the doors and the hallway and the characters you see in the room.
Okay, so everything I can see on the map is everything that I can see.
That is correct. Yes.
Okay. I guess I fireball then.
Okay. Hey, listen. That's
This is a good time to do it.
yeah. It seems logical.
Yep, I'm completely in agreement with that idea.
All right.
In
So
fact,
you're gonna
I love it.
So you're gonna like sneak around behind Alarian and then like pew like
He
out
can
basically.
pass through my legs if he wants to. I don't really care. Oh,
No,
goodness.
I'm just gonna. Yeah, I literally just lean over Ilarian's shoulder and just.
Yeah.
I just pull out the pistol,
Hand
just pull
pops
out
up like-
sunshine and just bang.
Nice.
And, aim fireball behind.
Pretty
me.
much. Yeah.
Especially if it's your mechanical arm, it just looks like Ilarion sprouts another arm.
It's like the guy from The Mandalorian, like Mayfeld's character, like with that extra gun.
Yep.
Okay. All right. So you can do that. That obviously is going to hit all of them in the blast. So I am making some dex saves. It looks like.
But what if there's fire damage to the forge?
That's what we want.
The forge increases in power. No. Okay.
Oh.
All right. Let's see. So let's see. What's the DC I'm looking for on this, Rowan?
82.
1 million. It's 15.
15. Okay.
It's at 50.
Wow.
By the way, everybody drink some water. My cat has shown up.
Okay.
I
Good.
just had some tea, so.
All right. Well, three of them, the three back here, this one, and this one, all make their saves. This one bumps into this guy who is trying to kind of parkour out of the way, which this guy is kind of a little large to be parkouring anyway, frankly. So these two, the champion guy here in the middle, the leader, and this one back here do not make their saves.
Cool. So they will take 8d6 and everyone else will take half.
All right, roll your damage. Let's see what they got.
Yeah.
Do I have a thing for this already? I do.
Well, there's the dice up here. Oh.
Okay, 27.
Right.
All right.
Mm-hmm. It's 27 to them, and half of that would be, I guess, 13?
Or 84.
84. My math was wrong there. Thank you.
Cute. Okay, so big fireball explodes. Doesn't really appreciably contribute to the already existing sulfur smell, but it goes nicely with the decor and the sort of vibe, is maintained well. Okay. And this guy up front sort of kind of roars in anger, with his metallic voice as he is hit by this thing. Let's see. Okay. Just making sure I did my math properly. Right. Okay. So, all right. Do you want to move anywhere else other than you just went over his shoulder and shot? Where are you going to move, Rowan?
Yeah, so I'm just gonna stay right behind Illyrian.
Okay. Alrighty. So, this guy then says, "You must have been the traitor my lord told me about. It will be a pleasure to destroy you and scatter your body to the winds." And he draws forth this maul, which is this enormous thing that he wields in two hands, and he strides forward with the fire still kind of burning off of his body. He is going to attack you 3 times, Illyrian.
Oh.
And
right.
he's going to swing away.
Luckily, I'm Harbor of Faith. Don't fail me now.
Okay, let's see. That
It's Shield of Faith.
is...
That too. Shield, armor.
Okay. Let's see. We are looking at a 14, a 12, and a 23.
Gotta do better than that on all 3 of them.
Wow.
My armor is 24. He
Wow.
just missed me on the last one, but he still missed.
All right. He does
You're
not...
welcome.
Yeah.
Eberron says you're welcome.
Yep. And as you... So he you sort of repel all of his attacks.
So I dodge the first 2 and then take the last one on my very large shield, by the way.
Right. And there's this sort of clanging sound.
Yes.
And
I have a lot of sparks flying too. Yeah.
Yep. I'm going to come back to that. It's going to be interesting. All right. Well, Larian, it's your turn, coincidentally.
Good. All right. So on my bonus action, I will pop my spiked Aegis. So now I am covered in blue energy spikes.
Right.
And I will now return the favor by attacking him twice with my Star Sword.
When you do this...
Oh, wait. Actually, so how does the crossbow work, actually? Because I had that as the quote-unquote surprise attack.
Right. Oh, yes, that's right. So I will... let me see. I'll say that you can get in an attack here as he was moving towards you. Go ahead and get one crossbow attack in. It's not... This is what I'll say, though. It's not a bonus attack, though. So what I would say is that you can use it... You can do one of 2 things. A, you can use it as one of your attacks, so you can skip one of your Star Sword attacks and use the crossbow and get +2 on it, or you can drop it and just do your normal Star Sword attacks. I can't give you +2 on the sword, though.
That's okay. I'll take the crossbow +2 and replace one of my Star Sword attacks. That's fine.
Okay,
That's fine.
let's do it.
That's all good. All right. So crossbow. I said crossbow.
I said crossbow.
19.
19 will hit.
And 9 points of damage. Gut. Good.
Okay.
Wow. I kind of liking this crossbow. And literally drop it, and then the sword is out. Yes, because I can't reload the thing. It'll take a turn to reload because I'm not proficient. The whole skill thing.
Yes.
Which is fine. It's a good first attack. That's a fantastic first attack. All right, now I will. Yeah, so he's already been hit there.
Now you're doing your spiked Aegis thing?
Correct. Which is a bonus action. That's no problem.
Right. Now,
And then my
one thing I
last
want to note,
attack-
though, before you do that, though, as a
yeah.
reaction, when you do your spiked Aegis, he chuckles, and suddenly, sting, you see very similar but bladed hooks appear on his armor and face. And he sort of glares at you with his yellow eyes. You've never seen this before, Larian.
No. Exactly.
He has another Starforge?
You don't. He doesn't look like a Starforged to you, Illyrian, but
Well, Starforge, just like Warforge, there's not a look to any of us. But he's something. There's something else. It's something different. So here's the question: those spikes, are they metal? Because mine are energy. They're actually energy.
These look to be
projected
metal.
by my will. Okay, he's got armor built. Okay.
But they don't look mechanical, though. You're not 100% sure what it's being formed from.
Well,
it almost.
I look forward to examining him on his dead body.
Yes, I was going to say this will be great for the archives. All right, so.
Yes, well, I'm sure Tanton will also be
I was going to
examining
say
his
you
dead
could
body.
probably
Yes.
you could probably hear him in the back going,
Look back.
This belongs in a museum. All right.
Or possibly on me. I'm not sure which. All right. So my other Star Sword attack.
Okay.
That is only a 16.
That is a miss.
Okay. All right. Well, got the range now, which is good because my damage sucked. Okay.
Okay.
All right. So yeah, spikes are out, and yeah, let's party.
All right.
Okay. I will kind of I would kind of hold the line here. So now, by the way, folks, remember only this door is open. The other door currently is closed because no one's opened it yet. So I'm kind of blocking the way. Let's put it that way.
Mm-hmm.
Just letting everyone know. Not on purpose. It just happened that way.
Right.
So.
Okay, Nisiana, you were up next. What would you like to do?
I think I'm going to hold my action until either I deem. Wait, hold on. No, wait, I can't see it. So I am holding my action.
Okay, can you give me a trigger for said action? Like, I will do this when this happens.
If somebody gets hit really bad,
Okay.
it's something that makes me go, oh, I should probably fix that. I will heal them.
Gotcha.
Otherwise, I will, until I'm in direct danger, I'm basically not going to put myself into direct danger.
Okay.
I do know that they will come after me because as the healer.
Okay, makes sense.
Oh,
That
my aura is doing its job. How's that?
yeah, the aura is definitely there. Okay, Tantin, you were up next, followed by Spanner.
Okay. Tanton is basically going to step like back over about here where he can see this dude around Alarian.
Okay, yep.
And shoot at him.
Shoot him. Okay.
Shoot him!
All right.
So, bink. No, okay. For a moment I thought I was a rogue. No. 19.
19 will hit.
So that'll do 10 points of piercing.
Okay.
Second attack.
Strikes him.
Extra attack, I should say. Same thing as before. 18.
Miss.
Okay,
He will.
now we know his armor class.
He will, and he sort of blocks that with. He does the classic baseball swing with the maul to knock it out of the way, and sort of embeds itself. Yeah. Okay. And then are you staying where you are?
Pretty much.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, I know that he's probably got reach with that maul, so I am staying, like well outside that range.
You got this. Okay. Got it. Okay. So what is Spanner going to do?
Spanner is going to move up, and after a series of odd clicks and noises from Tanton, steps up behind Alarian, and panels open up, and a bunch of mechanical tools come out and start repairing Alarian.
Ah, yes. I always get this like Doc Ock feel about this.
I love that.
Happens.
Yes.
Okay.
So Alarian heals 12 hit points.
Oh, thanks. I really think I'm going to need those in the next minute or two.
Can't
I'm supposed to
imagine.
go up to 73.
Yep.
Wait, yes, 73.
All right.
And having done that, he's going to back up. No, not Alarian. Sorry, I still have control over Alarian.
Heyo.
Spanner's gonna back up over here.
Okay. All right. The others are going to go. And what they do is this one rushes forward and pulls open the other door. So you have this sort of unfortunate experience, Nisiana, of all of a sudden like, hey, like the door is open. And you're kind of like,
Oh, that's bad.
you're like, God damn it. Yeah.
But I was here. I'm not sure how that happened, but I was here originally, right? Because
Probably during the
Alarian and
adjustment
I
of the
were-
sizes.
Yeah, when I was
Alarian
adjusting
and I
sides, where
were
you that's
flanking.
you can switch that around. If you the point is one of you is in front of that door.
Because I was the one who was beside the door.
Okay. Well, if you
There.
want to have Nisiana right behind you, that's fine. So then same deal in that situation, Marame, is that you just kind of, all of a sudden, hey.
Now, does he rip the door open enough that it creates a little bit of a vacuum? And
Yeah, no.
Sorry, buddy.
That would be funny though. But no, so he comes forward, and he, again, as I mentioned, has they have the long sword and the short sword, and he's going to attack you twice, Marame, with those.
Okay.
First is going to be a 15 with the long
That's
sword.
a miss.
Okay. And then the second is a terrible miss. That's going to be a 9.
I think it's a great miss.
Well, I mean, listen, that's
It's a good
probably true.
miss.
Okay.
Impressive miss are
Impressive. Okay, and then let's see, is going to, in a very disciplined way, so they ran up, pulled open the door, and they're just going to, no, I can't do that because it's, well, actually, yeah, because the door is pulled open, so basically you're going to have to imagine, I know the map doesn't do this, but the door is there now, you know, like, it's been pulled open, right? So he is going to, while still staying engaged with you, basically you can still see him kind of around the corner. And you can see why, Merime, because as he moves out of the way, this guy fires a heavy crossbow at you, which is very reminiscent of Valerian's crossbow, who also has a heavy crossbow. Let's see, but
liking that heavy crossbow.
he's going to try to hit you, but I think that's going to, yeah, no, that's an 11, so that clearly is a miss. So that does not work out for him. He is going to move this way. This guy is, let's see, going to come down here. Now, this guy does not have a flank on you, Alarian, of course, but can hit you because, again, that door is opened all the way. Like, imagine it, you know, hinged, right? So it's flat against the wall. He is going to try to do the longsword, short sword thing. That is a 24 with a longsword.
Yep, that'll do it.
And a 22 with the short sword.
That will not do it.
Okay. All right, so he's going to do 8 points of damage with a long sword. Where do you want to put it?
Oh, by the way, since my hit points raised, my armor class also, or sorry, my spirit armor went up to 29. Just to let you know.
Okay?
Yep. So I will take. You said 8 points.
Yes. Where do you want?
4
that to
off
go?
the armor, 5, and 4 off my hit points to 9, and then.
So you have 19 on your Regis now, right?
No, it went back up to 29. Now
I see. All
yeah.
right, so 25 now.
There you go.
And then 68 on the hit points,
And
right?
then he gets to take 1 moment. D4 plus 2 means he will take 4 points of damage as my spikes cut into him with his Mr. Sword.
Right.
Mr. Swordy attack. Yep.
Okay. He will take that and not like it.
Well, he doesn't have a choice, so I don't care.
He's like, damn it.
Yeah, okay.
So let's see. That was that guy there. All right. And now, let's see. This guy is going to come here. So we now have basically this ray of 4 and this dude still hanging here in the back with the crossbow. He is going to, I think, also try to attack Merime on that side. So again, longsword attack, which is 15. That's obviously not going to do it.
That's a miss.
19 for the short sword.
That hits.
Okay. And that is going to do 9 points of piercing damage.
Okay, I'm at 41.
Okay.
All
All right. And that is the 4 of theirs turn. And now, Merime, it is your turn.
Okay.
Can I do my interrupt?
Yeah, if you're doing it, well,
A heal.
yes. So who are you healing?
Merime.
Okay. Yeah, you
She's
can do
done-
that.
So I'm going to do a cure wounds on her.
Okay.
Thank you.
Cure wounds.
So for these two
Okay.
Warforged guys, the
Wait,
big
I
dude.
rolled a 1?
Yep. So 12 total?
Oh, 12 plus 5. So 17 hit points to you.
Thank you.
Okay, so 58.
All right,
What were you
help
saying,
me.
Tren?
I was saying, so like the big guy and the dude who just hit Merime, he hits Alarian and does some damage, and then it fixes itself. While he's watching the other dude hits Merime, and then the damage that he's done. And
Right. We are immortal. Meanwhile, there's
No.
Nisiana and Spanner sliding behind it. That's funny.
Nisiana's just got she's this glowing thing behind Merime.
Behind Merime, right?
So-
But exactly. Yeah. Were you saying something, Rowan? Oh, okay. No, I thought I
was not.
Okay, sorry. I thought I heard something, but I did not. Okay. So now, Merime, you can take your turn, and Rowan will be on deck. Go ahead, Merime.
Okay, so I'm gonna hold a line with Alarian so that they can't get past us, and I am going to start, hopefully not foolishly, not wasting magic spells on them because there's still the Loader Blade somewhere around here, so I want to keep my magic for them. So I'm gonna attack the guy right in front of it with my sword.
Okay. All right. Proceed. You may do so.
Doop, 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 doop. Wow.
11, huh?
Wait, that's a 1. I
That's
rolled
a 1, which
Yep.
means
Oh,
I believe in you.
reroll.
bingo.
But I
Thank
believe in
you.
you, my sister.
Oh,
Well,
Believe
Well.
harder.
Also
do
a
you
miss.
still believe in me? Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna try again
Uh.
for my second attack now. I
All
feel
right.
more inspired. I was taken by surprise. The door flew open, guys. Like 17.
We were rarely startled.
17 is a miss.
Wow. Okay. So, because of that, I don't even get to do a flourish because I need to hit to do a flourish.
Mhm.
Okay. So let me just have a quick look, and I think.
Not enough belief. Exactly, Prince
Yeah,
Justin.
you know,
I
not
didn't believe hard enough.
nobody believed hard enough this time. I don't need my. Okay, I'm going to turn to Alarian and say, I'm glad you have more aim than I do, because I just got a little bit thrown off my game. But next round, I'm totally on it. But in the meantime, you get them, and I give you a inspiration dice.
Oh, thank you. Is that a D8 now?
D10.
Oh my God, awesome.
You can do it. I can't do it this time. But
yeah,
you can do
I
it.
Yeah,
apparently not so
you
much,
got
but I
this.
know you can. Okay,
I
cool,
can
thank
still
you.
All right, that brings us to the top of the round. There is an explosion off to the western side of the complex from behind you.
That doesn't sound great.
And Rowan, you are up. 4 people sitting in front of your 2 frontline fighters there right now.
What a combo we make, Merime. Now just get your sword back on target here, thank you.
Maybe another
Sure.
fireball right here, Rowan. Just
A momentary lapse, I'm sure. That's all. Door slammed really loud.
So,
It'll be epic.
a needle pulling thread.
I see.
Oh my
I see.
God.
I see Brendan like winding up to tell us what he's gonna do, and
I
I just
know,
keep
right?
looking at the Santa hat behind it, where he's like, "So," and I'm like, "Santa, Santa, Santa, go!"
Your hands are there. I keep expecting you to kind of do the Henry Cavill, cocking the fist to get ready to fight.
Yeah.
What's the dumb thing that I want to do right now?
Hi, Critchwitch.
Leave.
Charge forward.
I mean, that is Rowan's answer all the time. But he's.
Do you have another
we're trying to
fireball
be
that you can
heroic
toss
instead.
into that room?
I mean, yeah.
Gonna
Is
have a
that
hard,
all they need?
gonna have a hard
Okay,
time getting
cool.
you're gonna have a hard time getting a fireball past your 2 frontline and 4 fighters behind them. If you'd like a fireball to blow up right in the door, though, I'm happy to hear it.
Oh, maybe not. Okay.
So here's the thing, right? Technically, the description of fireball implies that I am pointing at a location where the fireball forms. Which means that if I can see behind the guy...
No. The fireball streaks out from the hand of the person. It doesn't streak out as a ball originally. It's a small little bolt of, ball of energy that when it arrives explodes, but it does come from you. It doesn't materialize there. The firewall, on the other hand, is different. Like that, your classic firewall work that you've done that we all know so well in the past, that is materializes on a spot, but not a fireball.
Yeah. And we still don't know what's behind those other doors.
True.
So, I don't mean to be a rules lawyer on this one, but having looked it up from the D20, the actual wording is a bright streak flashes from your pointing finger to a point you choose within range and then blossoms with a low roar. It
That's
doesn't
correct.
say
The streak
it
comes...
impacts...
No, I
I
know.
know it does. But it doesn't say it, as soon as it impacts something, it goes off. This is my only point.
No, I agree with you, but the streak is coming from the finger and going there in a line to the point where it then explodes.
It does. Yeah.
Okay.
It
See what
does
I'm
still
saying?
imply.
It's
So he
Like
can
what
still
Arv
fire
is
this.
saying.
But you're saying he can't see it at all. He doesn't have line of sight on it. Is that the
Correct.
point
Like,
you're making?
because he's got 6 people
Okay.
in front of him. That's all.
Yeah, that is a lot.
That's all.
Even for Rowan, that's a lot.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
So you're right, but
Okay. No, that's a fair. It's fair. I tried to help Rowan. I was shot down. So you're on your own, buddy.
Indeed.
And no, don't drop it right here. Just want to be very clear about
I
that.
was just imagining, like, he starts to do the thing and Tantan immediately recognizes the spell and just reaches over and pinches his lips shut. Like, no.
Yeah.
God, I'm trying to save a spell slot for if we need to break whatever's behind that door.
Yeah. Everyone is thinking the same thing. You're all like, what about the Lord of Blades? What about blah, blah, blah? Yeah, yeah.
And then there's a guy who's like twice as big as this guy, and then the Lord was like, "Oh my God!"
Concentration.
I got him. It's fine.
Okay, I'm
Got the key of disarming the Lord of Blades. Just stick this in here, twist it, and it's all just powers him down.
Mm-hmm.
right.
Wonder what that
Can
is.
I see this guy?
If
have
you
to
move,
move.
I mean, yeah, you would move. If you move, maybe. I'm trying to think. You could probably, like, I guess, shoot through the legs. Like, you could duck down and shoot through the legs of Valerian, technically.
Yeah, I mean,
suppose.
I'm pretty much planted, so they don't get out to the rest of the party. So yeah, I'm not really moving.
Like John Wicking somebody under a car in the ankle.
Yeah.
You know?
A viable tactic and effective too.
Yeah.
Right. So I'm gonna like squeeze in here,
Okay.
just kind of essentially lean and squint over Illyrian's shoulder.
You keep saying you're doing that. I'm 7 feet tall, but
Yeah, I was gonna say, how are you leaning over his shoulder?
you can look
Yeah,
under
you are
my
huge.
arm. Yeah, that's all good.
You are
That's all
huge.
good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just kind of like squeeze under it and against you and shoot this guy.
Okay.
I'm just shooting him. I'm just
Oh,
shooting
no.
him.
I was waiting for you to be like, well, actually, Rowan is 8'2". Like, what, really? Like, he's very thin. Okay.
Seeing that you're squeezing up against him, I'm getting this really twisted Boris Vallejo book cover version of, Illyrian standing there with Rowan kind of grabbing his leg and shooting him. I'm thinking,
Yeah.
He can grab away as long as he's shooting something.
Very, very
grab my
sword
leg
and
all he
sorcery
wants.
cover. I agree.
Yes, yes.
Okay. Go ahead and make that attack. I think you can do that.
But he's wearing too many clothes for that to really be effective.
Yeah.
Just
Oh,
say.
speaking of effective,
Nice. Natural
Nice.
20.
you must have been inspired. It's the
Hey,
angle.
Boris Vallejo is a good artist.
That is a crit hit, Rowan. Nice work. What is your maximum damage on Sunshine?
Well, my maximum damage is 1d8 plus 2.
All right, so 10. That's more like it right there. Okay.
By the way, recently, just as an aside, someone apparently found and bought one of the Vallejo Centaur art pieces, the image, the painting, the actual painting in the thrift store for like $5.
Oh
And
my
it's-
God.
Wow,
it's
really?
Huge. It's like, yes, they just didn't know what it was like. Wow, that's just amazing. I have to have it. And then they found out,
Yeah, when
Wow.
stuff like that happens, it's actually very cool. It's like,
Yes.
I am now learning that this is cool. Meanwhile, the rest of the world is going, I'm now learning that a thing that I always knew is cool was discarded by someone.
Yeah, right? Like,
amazing.
everyone starts like going through thrift stores. That's wild because that's got to be worth.
I mean, it's got to be worth several $1,000s.
Of course, yeah.
Absolutely.
Wow, that's awesome.
Yes.
Okay, so good shot, Rowan. Where are you staying in the same relative place, or where are you shifting to?
I'm gonna come back away from here. A lot of this fight is probably just gonna be me just strafing right, strafing left
Yep,
again.
Very,
Let's
very
just do
Titanfall.
Mhm.
Okay, so you do that. All right. It is the leader's turn, and so the leader, glaring at you balefully, Larian, is going to make 3 attacks again. A 17, which I think misses, a 9, and then critically hits
Oh,
on the last one. So you're like, I got this. Okay, you are going to take
Unless
you're going to take
our
what?
Does our bard have silvery barbs that she can use?
Oh, yeah, silvery barbs. I was just looking at my spell. Sorry, I was distracted.
That's okay.
That is
But
my
does she
spell.
does she wish to use it?
That's the question, right?
Right.
Greg, would you let me use it at this point? Because with a critical hit, I would use it.
I mean,
But j'étais dans la lune. I was in the moon, my friend.
yeah. I was gonna say, I was like, thanks to your assistant AI there, in the form of a certain trending.
That's why I have
No, it
18
was-
fingers on one hand.
It was my psychic Kalishtar
Mhm.
wave that hit me. Actually, it had nothing to do at all.
I will
with
allow
this.
it this time, but in the future,
Pay attention.
Yeah,
Don't
no,
read
no,
your
I'm not
spells.
saying that to you. Let's just, don't.
I don't know. I'm
Stop
kind of saying it. so-
Meta run other people out of it. Okay, so remind me though, silvery barbs again is the
Here, I put it in the thing, so I magically distract you, and you have to re-roll the d20, and then you pick the lower roll.
chosen creature has. Oh, okay. Right, and then the attention. Right, but then it has, and you choose a different creature. Oh, which you can choose yourself. Okay, yes.
Yeah,
Right.
which I can choose myself and give them advantage.
Interesting. Okay, so it hits with a 24 this time.
That will still
Alarian.
hit, but not.
But at
critical.
least it's not a critical, so yeah.
Yep.
Okay. So,
And that uses Mary May's reaction for this round.
Right.
So
Yeah, my reaction is wrong, and I will give Alarian advantage on his next whatever he wants to use it on.
okay.
Because I will be, yes.
So, you were going to take 13 bludgeoning damage
Oh.
and an additional 3 piercing damage from the spikes on this maul. So
Okay, well, he
16
takes-
total damage.
Yep, he takes 5. So
Okay, well
there.
let's get your damage first, then you can
Yeah,
tell me
yeah.
what damage he takes.
I take 8 to the armor, puts down to 17, and then 8 to me, which puts me down to 6.
Wait, I already healed. I get hit points back. Damn it. I need to remember
60.
that.
Okay, so you have 60 out of 87, and now you're down to 17.
Actually, I thought it was 61.
You were at
Was that-
68, and then you just took 8.
You're right. Sorry. Yep.
So
yep,
60,
you're
and you were at
correct.
25 Aegis, now you're at 17 Aegis.
Correct and
Okay.
correct. Yes.
Okay. Right, and now you said he takes 5? Okay.
And he takes 5, yes.
All right.
Round 2.
Okay.
So pop that next turn.
Right, okay. All right, that is going to bring us to you, Alarian. You are up next.
Yeah, damn right. Yes, that advantage
ready.
I'm going to use is to smite thee. Well, he. Whatever. All right, so Star Sword attack 1 with advantage.
Okay.
Wow, that was not great.
Burp, burp, burp,
Okay.
burp.
Yep.
That's a
Wow.
miss.
Ouch. Yep. All right, we'll do normal one for the second one. I mean, I appreciate it. Didn't come through, Aramay, but I appreciate the effort. All right, well, that should clear the way for this attack, however. And it's a 21
That will hit.
for 8.
Okay.
Okay.
When that happens, you are struck for, stop if you've heard this before, 5 points of damage as you
Yep.
hit this thing, and the spikes on, the
Uh-huh.
hooked spikes kind of tear at your armor.
Yep.
So where do you want that 5 to go?
We'll do 3 on the armor and 2 on me, so 14 on the armor, and I'm at 58.
Okay.
Okay, this is a little. All right, this is interesting.
A little unfortunate. All right.
Well,
Hey, everything's fine. You're
Yep,
well and away. And obviously you can't move anywhere. At least I don't think you are.
Oh no,
okay.
I am
Uh,
rooted. Thank you.
Nisiana, you were up then. Nisiana's like, I don't know that I want to be up, actually.
Well, see, I have this spell that I've never used that I'm trying to figure out if it would work. It's called Spirit Guardians.
Yep.
Ooh.
Very
And I
familiar
can
with Spirit
drop
Guardians.
Spirit Guardians, and it's within anything within 15 feet of me that is designated an enemy.
I think
I'm-
we have
I'm
to
just-
confirm, though, Spirit Guardians is probably concentration,
That's the other thing. That
which
that
means
is
the
it's
armor of faith that would
concentration.
drop. on
It's
Valerian.
okay. I can take it. It's all right. It's all right.
Are you sure? Because
If these things do massive, incredibly awesome
it
damage or
does,
something,
on a failed save, it does 3d8 radiant, and on a successful save, they take half.
have you seen how
every
great I
turn.
am? I'm a big fan of radiant damage. That's all good.
Let me put this into
And wait, did you say every turn?
yes,
Oh, go for
That
it.
they stay
Absolutely.
within that particular area, yeah.
but they have to be within 15 feet of me because these things. I was making sure that these things move around in a discrete 15 foot.
Well, this guy seems really intent on taking
There.
my head off. So I don't
There
think
it
he's
is.
gonna
This
be
is what
very-
I think I'm gonna do.
Okay.
but it means I can't do
that's
Shield of
okay.
Faith anymore.
That's okay.
Okay,
no,
yeah.
drop that. No,
And you
let's-
can
let's switch to
designate all the
damage
number
dealing.
of creatures you can see to be unaffected by it, so you could designate your companions to be unaffected by it.
That is correct. So that is what I am doing.
I do want to note one thing, though. So,
Oh.
well, actually, yeah. When the creature enters the area for the first time or starts its turn there, yeah, so at the beginning of their turn, as long as they're in that spot. So this dude up here will not be affected by it, but the 4 in front of
Yes.
the doors would be, as long as you stay within, like, now remember, you're going to have to kind of, like, you can't move from where you are, Nisiana, or you're going to, like, it will not have that same effect.
I basically have to move. Well, they move with me, right?
Yeah, that's right. But actually, yes, they do. They move with you,
Okay.
yes.
So they are within 15 feet of me, and if I stay within 15 feet of my sister and or Alarian.
Yep.
Okay.
I use Spirit Guardian in Celesta, and I'm a big fan of that spell.
So that is what I am doing because I have that ability.
Okay.
Whoa.
And they look like glowing dragons, basically.
Okay. It's not going to affect them immediately. It will
Nice.
affect them on their turn. So
Okay.
when they start, when
and-
it starts its turn there.
Yeah. So I'm not sure where you want to put them, but they're basically how many? 3? Call forth spirits. Blah blah blah.
I don't think it gives you a number. It's just
No.
a group of spirits that flit around you. So go
Yes.
ahead and put a circle for this, so that we
Okay,
know, because
15
unlike the
foot.
aura, this doesn't cover everything.
Yeah. So 15 feet is going to be, well, actually, I'm going to do the snap first, and you can tell me where 15 feet is.
Okay.
Right. Where's my... Not the turn order. Oh, snapped it. So,
That's actually 5 to, yes, actually, that's about right.
Uh-huh.
Yep.
so it's just a little over the actual 15 feet.
Yes, that's right.
Okay. All right. Then now I will build...
So as you're building that, do you have anything else you want to do on this turn besides?
it's a spell. That's all I can
That's
do.
all you got. Well, if you wanted to move, I didn't know if because I know
Oh,
you can't move
basically,
far
I'm
away,
going to
but-
move closer to Marimay, and thus, well, let me draw this thing
Okay.
first.
And then Tanton, you're going to be on deck in just a minute. In this
Mhm.
manner.
I think that's it. Oh, shit. Stop that.
You've
That's a Fibonacci thing.
suddenly the leader has a halo and gains and becomes Sephiroth. No, God.
And you get a big earring.
And I can't just delete one of those. I have to delete them all.
No, I think no. I
be able
think
to
you
click on
should be able
one
to
of
just
them.
click on one of them. Yeah,
Okay.
I've done that
It's a
so
little-
many
a
times.
little
Though, just like,
fiddly trying to
Yeah.
select just one.
Stop.
Yeah.
I don't want to move the damn map. Okay. Okay, let me move you up, which means pulls you. Okay, I made it too small. Damn it. Well, all right. I guess I'm just gonna. I've moved myself up. I will get this this thing working. Then you can move to the next person.
Okay. So Tintin, what would you like to do?
Second verse, same as the first. Bink!
Okay, at the big dude, right?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Night 18, which
18.
misses.
That's right.
And
Check your messages.
a 14, which also misses.
Yes. Sorry, it is a little
That's
crowded there. Pew, pew.
Yeah, a little bit, but that's okay because Spanner's going to move up and also do the same thing.
Well, that's close.
To
enough.
the healing, in other words.
Yeah, absolutely. You regain 14 hit points.
Hilarious.
What? Oh, sweet. Okay, hold on.
How many of
Real
those does he
busy.
have left? He can't do those units.
One
like-
more.
Okay, I was gonna
One
say
more.
every turn for the rest of like. Okay. All right, so 14,
there.
so
Oh.
72.
Yep, and my armor goes up to 21.
Your armor goes up to 21 because it's
It's always half my hit points.
always half your hit points. Okay.
Yes, it's always half my hit point. When, yeah.
Okay. All right.
All right. I'm sorry. So yes. Okay.
All right, Tanton. Spanner did that. He moved back. It's now the bad guy's turn. So all of those are going to make wisdom saving throws first on their turn. At least the
Yes.
smaller ones will. Okay, so the
I'm
one.
guessing the big guy is only going to take his half damage?
On hit, well, he's gonna no. It's on his turn that he takes it. So,
Okay.
and he's on a different turn from them. The three smaller ones, the one on the left, misses horrifically. What's the DC I'm looking for?
DC
16.
16?
It's at the bottom of your box in the,
Oh,
in the
yeah.
chat. Yep.
It
DC
is-
16.
Okay.
Either they take full or they take half. And the
Okay.
come on.
This one right in front of Merime is going to take half. The other two will take full.
Okay, let's see. Did that work? 3d8?
Nice.
Okay, so 9 or 18.
Okay.
That is one of the better rolls I have done today.
Mhm.
Yep. Okay.
Well,
now
it just shows you that when I put my faith in Eberron, he
everything
puts his
works
faith
out.
in
No,
me.
it's absolutely. So the one on the one on the far left, to the farthest to the west, is starting to look quite hurt now. Let's see. Let's just that one was there. And okay. All right. They all take that. They do not like it. Now they're going to get their attacks in. First, the one that is, let's see, is going to actually is going to disengage 5 feet so as to get out of the range of that and out of Valerian's range, and then is going to draw forth his heavy crossbow from behind his back
Uh-oh.
and is
That
going
could
to
be a
fire at Alarian.
Whoosh.
That's going to miss, though, I think, terribly. That is, yeah, it's a 13, so it's not going to get it.
Not even.
All right.
Shoots his commander in the back of the head and kills.
If only we were so lucky.
Okay, now the ones on the two ones that are attacking Merime will continue to do so. First one is let's see, that's an 8 with a long sword and a 23 with a short sword.
23 will hit.
All right. That is going to be 5 more points of damage, Merime.
Okay, I'm at 53.
Okay, and then the other one to the right, the easternmost one there that's still in the circle, is going to also attack terribly on both counts, 12 and 11. So that's not going to work.
He's doing great. I like
Yeah,
him.
super good work by
Please
by the home
continue.
team. All right,
your-
this
Continue
one,
your valiant efforts.
this one is
Signing
going
up
to
his
come.
newsletter.
Exactly, this is going to come here and is going to fire at Alarian with the previously drawn crossbow. 25.
That'll do it. Yep.
All right. That's impact's kind of a wallop, actually. Well, it's supposed to. It wasn't that big a deal. 5 points of damage. Where is that going, Alarian?
I'm gonna take all 5. I'll leave the armor up for now. So that's 67.
It's going to Tecumseh.
Okay. And Merime is up now.
Okay, so I am
And
not
Rowan is on
liking
deck.
how this combat is going, but I'm really liking Nisiana, Spirit Guardian, so I mentally high-five her as a free action.
As a bonus action, you high five her.
Yep.
Reaction, not even
Oh,
a
a
bonus
reaction.
action.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, and then I am going to the big guy in front of Valerian, who is got the spike on and all that. I don't like him, so I am going to cast Rolithim's Psychic Lance on him.
Okay.
You lance him good.
So it's there, so you have to make a saving throw.
All right.
An intelligence saving throw.
An intelligence spell save is 17.
Typically not been these guys' strong suit, quite honest.
Yep, he certainly isn't going to make that.
Excellent.
So you take 7 here. Let me just
Here comes the pain.
advanced dice rollers roll
7D. How much? 7d6?
7.
Yep.
Wow.
As soon as the shimmering lance comes through, there's like spikes right through his head.
Well, it's psychic, right? So
Yeah.
you're just like,
21. I rolled 2 1s.
Oh,
all
But
right.
21.
Okay.
That's half damage you could have gotten.
Takes that, does not like it.
And you also are incapacitated. Until the start of my next turn.
Your next turn, okay.
So you are just.
Oh, the wailing will commence.
Oh,
Good,
yes.
good stuff, Merime.
And that was my action.
Yep.
And then I'm going to just look pretty pleased with myself.
I'm going to use smug as a bonus action.
Yeah,
Um,
I'm gonna hold my sword in front of me like I actually managed to hit something, even though the last like that. Feeling good. Feeling good.
Oh man.
Thank you. That's awesome.
Okay, good stuff. All right, at the top of the next round, Rowan, as you are sort of deciding what to do, you hear another explosion closer this time from behind you. It started at the western end of the camp. This next one is closer.
Is someone walking
And-
artillery in towards
and
us?
the
'Cause that makes
ground
me a
and the
little
ground
worried.
shakes a little bit with this explosion.
Not good.
That said, it's your turn, Rowan. What would you like to do?
Cool, grand. I love everything that you just said. Good lord.
Just can't stop staring at the hat.
So these three people are still like against the doorway.
Yeah, they're like, and the door, right? The doors are both wide open and are against the the wall next to them, basically here. And so, yes, so this one and this one are both right next, attacking Merime, and this one is maybe a step back from the doorway, but is attacking. Was
No
attacking
one right
Ilarion
now.
before he was incapacitated with a massive lance through his psyche.
So I can theoretically see this guy from right where I am.
Which dude? This guy?
Guy right in front of Merriman.
Yes.
Yes, you can for sure.
Okay, shooting him in the forehead.
Okay, so shoot him in the head. All right. Wow, Sunshine did not come to play today. Yeah, did not come to lose. Yes, that is a hit for sure.
Wow, only 3. Well, yeah.
3
Big.
points of piercing. Okay. Let's see.
That's not good.
Okay, still doesn't like it. Okay, and then you're stepping back to behind Ilarion, if I understand this correctly. Okay. All right. Normally it would be the leader's turn, but the leader is currently, sort of
Rebooting.
Yeah,
rebooting.
exactly. Does not compute. General protection fault. So while that's happening, Ilarion, you have a chance to go next. Nisiana is on deck.
Cool. All right. Bonus action to pop my spikes again
Okay.
because they went through their 2 rounds. So this is 2. There we go. So they're back up and glowing. And yeah, baby. Oh, it's gonna hurt. Okay. Attack number 1.
Okay,
Not so much.
that would be a miss. Although you are attacking, you're doing this at
He-
advantage though. He is incapacitated.
Oh,
true.
all right. That's true. Then I'll just re-roll the attack. It's
Yep.
got to do better than a 3. Let's put it that way. So this is still attack number 1. This
Yep,
is the
still
second
no
one,
attack
which
number
is
1,
bad.
yep.
All right.
Better.
Yeah, well, still
Keep
no.
going.
You know what? I'm gonna take the inspo die that she gave me, and I'm gonna put it into this attack.
Okay.
Woohoo.
D10, and that's a 4, which makes that.
16.
Oh, I guess I misread that. Nope.
That is not going to do it, I'm afraid.
All right. Well, I shouldn't have. All right. Anyways. Okay. Never mind. Second attack.
Nobody saw that.
Yeah. No. I misread the number. I
This
thought it was
never
closer.
happens. Okay.
There we go.
21 will hit. Yep.
21 for 5.
And do you?
Oh.
Why don't you roll the? You're still rolling advantage. Why don't you roll the other one just in case you? Crit?
Oh, sure. Yeah.
I see. Maybe you'll get.
Okay, you didn't.
Non-natural 20.
All right.
So.
Still, so 5 is what we're looking at. Okay.
Oh, the other one was actually for 12 points.
Yeah, but you can't. You can't.
Okay, never mind.
Yeah,
Never
it
mind.
doesn't work.
Yep, that's true. That's true. Okay, that's all right.
All right. So yes. So takes all of that and sort
Not
of
much.
sort
Yeah,
of clutching
all
his
right.
head as you bash away.
Jesus.
Okay, Nisiana is up next. Hinton is on deck.
I am going to do a mass cure wounds,
Okay.
all of us, because there's at this point, if we don't get through here, there's no point in me holding on to spells.
Fair enough.
So, mass cure wounds on everybody. Add 5 to this.
Okay. So
17.
17 to everybody.
Yep, 17.
All right.
Thank you.
So
Everyone,
let's see. So
except
that's-
for Spanner, poor baby.
Okay, so Rowan is up to 46, I think, right, Brandon? Is that? You're muted, I think.
17, right?
Yeah.
Yes, 17.
Yeah, that's 46.
Okay.
Yay.
Alarian, you were at 81.
Oh, I was at 67, so I'd be at 84.
Oh, right. 17. I'm
Uh-huh.
sorry. Yep.
And then my armor would go back up to 29.
Right.
Mhm.
Okay. Okay. Right. Nisiana, that counts yourself, right? So,
Yep.
so that's 68 for you.
Actually, it's 73 because I forgot to add my 5 points
you get the-
because I heal myself every time I heal somebody.
I heal myself. Okay.
This is why I have it in giant words when I look on my
That's right.
or something. I'm like, oh, right, I get my 5 points.
Tanton
Cleric,
gets
heal
healed up.
thyself.
Tanton gets healed up to max, right? So 68 now, Tanton. Okay, Spanner does not get healed, but Maramé does get is up to 70, I think.
Yeah.
Okay, excellent. All right, good stuff. Very good time for the Mass Cure Wounds. How you doing on
Oh,
spell
yes.
slots there, Nisiana?
I am starting to look a little thin.
Little thin. Okay.
A little thin. It's not bad, but actually I have a number of second level spells that I can use for cure wounds here.
Okay.
I have 1 3rd level and I have 2 4th levels. So actually I'm not bad,
bad.
but I'm
Okay.
not great.
All right. Yeah, and you're staying where you are movement-wise, I assume.
Yep, and letting my spirit guardians do a thing.
Yep. Oh, that's right. By the way, I forgot that he, at the beginning of his turn, was going to take. How much is it's 3d8?
Yeah, 3d8, and I rolled 18, and if he takes half, it's 9.
Okay. Well, he definitely couldn't take half because he was incapacitated. So he's going to take 18, which means he's starting to look kind of messed up. All right. Just want to make sure I got that in. Okay. That brings us up to Tanton with Spanner right afterwards.
Tanton's going to shoot this guy.
Okay. Now, because he is incapacitated, well, no, I take that back. He's not prone, so he's just incapacitated. Never mind. So yeah, that's fine. You can shoot him. It's not disadvantage. So you can.
But it's an advantage because he's incapacitated. That's why I'm asking.
Yeah, I guess it is because he's still sort of standing and swaying back and forth. So
I mean, he
I would
can't take actions
right.
or reactions.
That's right. So I
there's
would say
nothing
yes.
he
I
can
would
do.
say that. I would say yes. Yeah.
Okay. Then, just to make this interesting, I'm going to go ahead and invoke Sharpshooter.
I'm going to allow it regardless, but I'm actually curious to see whether they say can't take actions or reactions. Yeah. Okay. Yep. All right. Go ahead.
At avantage. That would be a 20.
Yes, there we go.
20.
What is it?
Why do we have a -5?
Because I'm invoking Sharpshooter, which gives me a -10 to hit, but it gives me a +10 to damage if I hit.
Okay. Did you say a -10 to hit?
-5 to hit. Sorry.
Okay.
It's right there.
Okay. Yes. So that will hit. Just hit, but it does. Yep.
Okay. So for 22 points of damage.
Wow.
Nice.
22. You said.
Yes.
You blow this guy back off his feet. So he goes flying backwards and lies still and does not move.
Okay.
Hey, what's up, Div? Okay. What now?
I'm trying to figure out, I guess I could ask, that would be the easiest way, if you will let me kind of split, since I have an extra attack, if you would let me split it and try to talk to one of these guys for a second before I fire.
I can't.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's all I need.
Sorry.
That's fine. That's fine. I'm going to shoot the guy that's in front of... Actually, I'm going to slightly shift to the side, and I'm going to aim at this dude back here.
Oh, okay. From way downtown. Yeah. That's right.
Mm-hmm. I am not using Sharpshooter for this one.
Okay.
Now, this is not an advantage because he's not... thing. 19.
19 will hit.
Good. It better, because if the big dude...
Yeah, no, I know. Exactly.
I was like, what? 13 points of piercing.
Okay. So... Just making sure I have that right. Okay. That one is the one who had been least hit so far, but he definitely takes that and does not like it. Okay, what about Spanner?
Spanner. Spanner is going to move up right here next to Merime.
Okay.
Hi, puppy.
That's what he's doing.
Oh, and that's it? Oh, I thought he was... And something?
Yeah, actually, he'll go ahead and attack.
I was just like, okay. I was like, all right. I was like...
What? Yeah,
I was waiting for you to be like, and then
what
he's
else
going
could
to-
he do? Yeah, he could absolutely do a force empowered rend. Why don't I remember these things? Because I'm dumb face. 23.
Yeah, that will hit.
Okay, good. Well, I'm glad I decided to do that then. For 11 points of force damage.
Okay, he is starting to look pretty hurt. Okay. Good work out of Spanner. And then Spanner's staying where he is, I assume?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Let me address these two first because they're going to take that 3d8. So go ahead and take the 3d8 for them. Please roll your 3d8 on this one, Luciana.
3d8 is 15.
Okay. So yeah, looking quite hurt.
Basically, the
now.
golden dragons dive into them and out of them.
Yeah, they do not like that at all. However, they are going to renew their effort to attack Merime. The one on the left is going to go a 15 with the longsword and a 21 with the short sword.
At disadvantage.
Oh,
Say again, why?
Because Spanner is deflecting that attack.
Oh.
All
All right, well then-
I know what he was
Well
doing.
then we'll count those together then. So then the longsword would be so those first two rolls, the longsword would have been the 15, which didn't hit. So now let's see about the short sword, and that's 10 is the lower. Well, actually, does he do it again, or does he can just do it once, right? The
It's
deflection.
his reaction, so he does.
So he only does it once. Doesn't matter though, because this time that's going to be a big old 12, which is not going to get the job done for that first guy.
Thank you, Spanner.
So the second guy on the right is going to attack. Let's see. That is a 20 on the long sword and an 18 on the short sword.
They both hit.
Oh, he finally. Hey, Mom, look. Finally, it worked.
As he looks over at his mom, and his mom has just got a steaming hole where there's a crossbow bolt.
Mom! Okay, let's see. So that is going to be a grand total of 9 points of damage all put together, Merime.
Okay, so I'm at 61.
Yeah. Okay. Now, these two are definitely not going to run into the Circle of Doom, so they're going to back up here, and they are going to fire away at Spanner. No, they're going to fire away at Alarian with heavy crossbows. First one is a critical miss. Second one is a critical miss. Great job for that team. Okay, Merime
They are
is
just killing
is
it.
up next. Yep. No, they're not
Okay.
killing it. That's really the problem for them, is that they're
Not
not.
a
I
problem.
mean, the
Not killing it.
walls, the floor.
That's true.
Yeah,
Those floors will never
they're-
bother anyone
yeah,
again.
That's right.
All right, Merime, you're up.
All right, I'm going to hit the one right in front of me because he's right there.
Okay. And he's looking very hurt.
Good. Hopefully I'll actually... Wow. Oh, 14. No, that's not
That
enough.
is not going to hit.
Okay, I'm going to try again. Feeling good about myself still. No problem. Do a little stretch. Ah! Got it. Hitting.
21
21.
will hit. Yes.
So that's 14 points of piercing, and I'm going to flourish on him as well.
Good
You
call.
flourish on his dead body because he is destroyed by that attack.
Okay, I don't think I can flourish on the dead body then. If he's dead, I don't think
You're
I
like,
can.
yeah.
Yeah,
yeah.
you just...
He's destroyed.
Okay, well, I feel good about myself.
All right. That was
gonna
good. Are
high-five
you moving, or
myself.
are you staying where you are? Because
No, I think I'm gonna stay where I am because everyone else is doing good damage from behind, and I don't want them to escape and get to my sister. So I'll stay.
I just saw Prince Justin's joke. There is a Spanner in the works. Well done, Prince Justin. Nice work. Okay, good stuff, Merime. Rowan, Rowan,
I thought it
at
was
the
funny.
top of the round, just before you go, you hear this again. There's an explosion very close now to you, and you sort of. I need you to make a. What is your passive perception?
Given his
Rowan's
observance
is for us all.
high.
Yeah,
8 million.
I assume it's really good.
Yeah.
Am I going?
It's on the left-hand side of your sheet, right below your stats and skills.
You have observant. I think it's
12.
20.
12, okay.
Right. No, yeah. I have observant.
That's +5, so that's 17.
17.
Right. Yeah.
I have
Okay.
I think I
So
have,
you
14.
sort of have this sense, Rowan, and you duck out of the way. You literally leap to the side just before this hurtling body impacts the earth right next to you, and like between you and Tanton. So it wasn't going to, hit Tanton. And it buries itself sort of like almost several
Lawn
inches into
dart.
the earth. Yeah, basically. And you see the sort of broken body of a Warforged, but it is a Warforged that was holding a now clearly dead Brayllish soldier. These clearly, both of these fighting creatures were blasted from somewhere else in the compound. You don't know from what, but the fighting is coming to you if you don't get inside, apparently, because it's on its way. What would you like to do with all that good news?
I shout to everyone, primarily to Ilarion, who is the person who is most available to actually make space for us to enter the building. Maybe we need to get shelter as I shoot this last Warforged at the door in the forehead.
Okay. Right over Spanner, you can totally do that. Go ahead and make your attack.
Am I fireballing this guy? No, that's a waste of a fireball. I'm just gonna...
Yes. Yeah.
Besides our 2 other Warforged to fireball later.
It's a fireball-rich environment.
18.
18 will hit. This is not the big guy, so 18 will hit.
10.
Okay, that, you'll be happy to know, also blows him back off his feet, and he topples over and expires. Okay.
I immediately shift this way.
Yeah, I was going to say, that seems logical. Okay, so you get inside the room. Makes sense. You can now see the other 2 up there. Also, I'll tell you, because you were coming through basically the room looking, in the other direction, that you had asked me before about what else was in this sort of immediate area, like what else was in the room. So... behind, there are 2 things to note, which is that right against, like here, that you can see as you come in, there is a large mural that is painted in red and black, and it depicts a large, sort of incredibly, overwhelmingly impressive Warforged. If you had to guess, this is the Lord of Blades, slaughtering his enemies on the battlefield. But the other bit of information that you might find interesting is that hanging on a hook right here, Rowan, is a fairly large iron ring with 2 keys on it.
Never be relevant.
Yeah.
Yeah, not useful at all.
I can't imagine.
God, how big is this place again?
These are 5-foot squares, so we're looking at 5, 10, 15, so it's 30 by, sort of 30 by 30, I guess I would say. 10-foot high ceilings, and then there's a corridor. Actually, now that you're in there, you can probably see, let me move the term order out of the way. You can probably see that this corridor extends to the west, and there is a sort of an end of a passageway over here, and then another little bit of a hallway, boop, which is heading up to the north down there.
I'm actually going to move here instead.
Okay. Sounds like a plan. All right. The big guy is no longer with us. So
Is toast.
That is going to bring us to Ilarion. You have 2 remaining of these guys.
Yes, and they're pissing me off.
Smack. Anyway, I started fireballing. Exactly.
I wish to smack him
Okay.
hard.
All right. So you zip up and smack away.
Oh.
That was close.
That is a miss.
They saw you coming.
Oh, come
You
on.
wish to, but does not work. Neither one of those hits.
I am going to blow a spirit die to hit this guy. This is getting ridiculous.
God damn it. Okay.
Well, it's
I
kind of
will beat
annoying.
you.
God. Yeah, okay. Now watch this. Watch this, because you know what's
It's
going to
great.
happen.
Everyone turns to watch.
There we go. Okay. No, actually does hit with a 23.
23 does hit, yes.
8
Well done.
points.
Oh,
Crying out loud.
All right.
Jeez.
Okay.
Well,
and that was the
am
one on the
defi-
right, right?
The one I'm right in front of.
Okay.
The guy, yeah, this dude.
So that guy,
There.
right, that guy actually, that one was the one that was more hurt. So that guy actually dies because of that.
Well, there you go.
So
All right.
You do in fact take him out. The other
No
one is the one that's
flanking from
least hurt.
you. Okay, yeah. All right, well, your time is next, buddy.
Your time has come. All right.
Believe
Good stuff from
Ugh.
Alarian. Nisiana, you were up. And Tantan is on deck.
I'm going to move when my sister moves.
Okay.
And in the meantime, I'm going to Sacred Flame the one I can see.
Okay. Sounds like a plan.
'Cause-
So I think that's a deck save we're looking at.
Mm-hmm. DC
Yes.
16.
DC 16 is not going to make that. So,
11.
okay, is going to take
Nice.
11 damage. All right,
Fire.
starting to look a little hurt. All right, good stuff, Nisiana. That brings us to Tantan. What would you like to do, Tantan? You can hear, again, you're staring also, or like the body of the thing is right next to you, of the Warforged that plunged to the earth and the soldier that he was holding.
So I was just imagining as Rowan was moving in, because of his observance, he picks up Tantan talking into Ascending Stone, adjust 3 degrees northeast, fire for effect. You know,
Rage! You're like, oh no.
Anyway, so yeah, Tantan can see this dude back here, you know, plenty easily enough, but he does kind of look down at the, you know, the
Yeah.
what's left of the people next to him, is like, and he's about to turn around and look and see if he can figure out from the angle of the crater where they came from. He's like, in a minute, and he's gonna shoot this dude.
Is he going to move up into the doorway, the opening at least? Or okay. All right, go ahead and fire away.
Because he can shoot him from the other side of the compound.
No,
if
he
wanted
could. It's true.
to. Dink. Normal roll. 20.
20 will hit.
That will be 10 points of piercing.
Yep, that is not. He's not happy about that. All
How
right.
fortunate that he's going to get another one. Dink. 22.
Another hit. I said I'm not happy.
Or
Not happy.
13 points of piercing.
Wow, he's now
Nice.
very hurt after all the damage he's taken from all of you people over the last turn. Okay. What about Span? Well, first of all, where are you moving? If anywhere?
He's going to stay there for the moment, but what he's basically going to do is, like, you know, tell his fine lady friends here, perhaps we should move inside. But he's not going to go in until they do. But he's also kind of watching to see if there are any more, you know, organic ordnance. You know. coming his way.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. You actually, and one thing I will say, it's pretty clear to you that these were not actually fired as like, you know, but that something blew them off their, you know, a long distance away. So anyway, okay. What is Spanner doing?
Spanner is going to move in next to Alarian.
Okay. All right.
Because how far away is he from that guy?
5 feet.
Or was he from that guy?
5 feet.
I should say. No, he was
Oh.
farther than.
You mean how far is Spanner? 5.
His
10,
movement
15.
speed is 40. He's fine.
No,
He
yeah,
can
yeah.
absolutely go all the way up.
Yeah,
to
oh
the
yeah,
speed,
yeah.
no problem.
Mhm.
And he's gonna bite him.
Okay.
Anyone
Say hello with
This
his
guy is just like crossbow, and then this dog like you know.
Sacred Flame.
It's a flame, yeah.
Second
Don't
fla-
forget
yeah,
that.
flame. That's right.
16.
Nope, not enough. Sadly, does not work. But it would have been a nice, awesome moment.
It would have.
So this guy, confronted with a massive dog in his face, is going to drop his crossbow and is going to attempt to longsword and short sword the big mechanical dog that is in his face.
Which he's probably going to.
24 and 24 for the longsword, 11 for the short sword.
The long sword hits. The short sword misses.
All right. He is going to do 9 points
Spanner
of
is
slashing
down.
damage. Oh, Spanner. Down
too.
goes
But he
Spanner.
healed me. Spanner 2.0 healed me so well, which actually really did heal me quite well.
Yep.
Blah. Okay. All right. So he did that. That's the good news for the Blade Sergeant. There's not a lot of other good news for that guy.
There's gonna be less coming up in
I
just
got-
a
because
few
Merame
seconds.
is-
Yeah.
Because
Oh.
Merame is up next.
Yeah.
Merame, would you like to do?
Case in point.
I am going to cast so that I can reach his little butt.
not that far
Kinetic
away.
Jaunt.
You could get there anyway, Merame. Like
But
you
I want
could.
to go
Yeah.
behind him so I get advantage.
Oh, okay. Well, yes. Then that's a whole different.
I want to hurt him
camouflage.
from behind.
Okay.
Yes, I want him to see me going around him and then be too slow to turn around and stop my attack.
Love it.
So advantage. I am now
Since
going
my sister
to...
moved, I moved.
Okay.
Yes, by all means, everybody get in. 22.
22 will
12
hit.
Piercing.
You obliterate him.
Stab him in the heart.
He is.
I
he
wanted
is-
to flourish.
You're like, damn it! Why doesn't anybody let me flourish? Look,
Still
just be worse
can.
at your job, okay? And then this won't happen.
Just do a defensive flourish
okay.
and just like, now nobody can hit me.
So, so as the combat concludes or comes to an end, and these they lie motionless. You can feel now that you're mostly inside, except for Tanton, the sort of the hum that I mentioned, the thrum and the sort of static electricity feel. But I will say that Merame, you feel that electrical charge almost much more strongly where you were standing now than you did at the door. And with all of you conjuring this thought, I'm going to give us a chance to take a 7-minute break. It's 10:13. When we come back at 10:20, note to the players, we'll play, if this is okay, until 11:15 p.m. Eastern. And so we'll take about a 7-minute break, and then we'll see what happens next, chat, as we continue through part 4 of Oracle of War, Judgment of Iron. They are inside the forge. What will they find there? Only the players and the people, the creatures that they meet here can decide that. You are joined, as always, by Trent Sparks, by Marie Bilodeau, by John Helfers, by Jennifer Brozek, and by Brandon O'Brien. We will be right back to you, lovely folks, in about 7 minutes. So go hydrate, stretch, and all that kind of good stuff, and we will be right back to you in a bit. Hold tight. All right. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. You will notice that in the last few minutes while you were gone, there seems to have been some extra sound effects that seem to have been added to the equation. I can't imagine why. But we are back with more of Day 46 of D&D with Infinity Beyond, Eberron Oracle of War, Part 4 of Judgment of Iron. We are now inside the Elemental Forge, and the question is what the party is going to do next, having just defeated at least the hallway guards here. Although it was a pretty good
the
group
question
of guards.
is what sound effects are you talking about?
Can you not hear those?
Well, I have all of Twitch muted.
Oh, well, not
So-
Twitch. Well, no, in Roll20, you can, do you have all of Roll20 muted?
Oh,
as
yeah,
well?
I mean, I can hear dice rolls, but I don't hear any music or sound effects. No.
Okay,
Oh,
well,
I hear like a rumble.
yeah. You should hear that.
I will turn it up. Go ahead and continue.
Oh, I didn't mean like that. You should. I just meant that you can.
Okay.
Um,
fine.
I mute
Continue.
Roll20. Otherwise, I get echoes throughout.
Oh, we should talk about that because one of the things with the sound effects is sometimes there's stuff which may add a little bit to the experience for you. You can mute voice
Oh.
so that you just have the music coming through and not our mics. And most people should have their microphones muted in Roll20, I think, anyway. But regardless. So welcome back, everybody. So, yes, what would the party like to do? So, again, just to describe, you are, as I mentioned, there's sitting in this room, you have got those, that mural, that strange mural right near where Rowan is. And also, right near where Rowan is this iron ring with 2 keys on it.
No one's grabbed that yet, really? Really?
Well, I don't know if Rowan has.
Shocking.
Rowan came over there.
Yes.
I just moved there. I was hoping other people would just notice a thing idly, but I didn't want to touch anything because I don't want to immediately draw the ire of the only 2 threats in the room.
But they're gone now, though, so it's all good.
No, he means us.
Fair.
Well, they were still there when I pick it up now.
That's it.
There was okay. So you do.
I want to specifically look at the keys.
Okay.
Is there anything of note about these keys?
Let me have you make an investigation check for me, please.
Investigation.
While he's going to do this, I'm going to pop Spanner with
One
a
of
few
the few
mending
things I'm bad at. Okay, cool.
You're gonna pop Spanner with what now?
a few mending spells.
Ah, okay.
They look like
Can I
keys.
assist with
Or
that?
worse, I have no idea what these are.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, they.
unless you're healing
Wait.
someone else.
Do I have? Hold on. May not be able to do that.
Part where I go, what on earth happened to the notes that I had about these keys?
Oh, mending's a cantrip, so yes, I can
Okay.
assist.
Okay.
All right. So let me know when you have those hit
Yes,
points
because my
entirely figured
spirit
out.
guide items are counting down per minute.
Okay.
Spirit guardians and aura.
There we go. Okay. So yes, they look to be just like they're fairly decent size, Rowan, but they I mean that you can definitely tell they are they look pretty much identical. There is a slight difference between them, so they definitely do seem to open sort of 2 separate doors, but they look fairly, nondescript otherwise, other than being, fairly decent sized iron keys.
I see. I want to immediately check if they open these doors.
Okay. They do not open those doors. The doors are locked. And I will say that on the front of those doors, you can see symbols of interlocking fire and lightning. Fire on the left side, lightning on the right side of the rightmost door. They do not unlock these doors, but the doors are indeed locked.
Okay, I want to ask a dumb thing.
Okay.
This is like one of those. This is one of those. You have to tell me how D&D works. Stupid questions.
Okay.
Can you cast 2 cantrips at once?
generally, you mean like combining their abilities? Generally not. You can obviously go one after the other depending on what they are.
I want to firebolt one door and shocking grasp the other.
Okay. Definitely not at the same time. You could do them, in like quick succession. You could definitely do that.
I feel like the same time is what I'm going for.
Yeah, I totally understand what you're going for in that regard.
Tanton, are you
Yeah.
busy?
He's like got several smithing tools, and he's like looks up from where he's working on spanners. Like, yes,
Oh, so you're not busy. Can I ask you to help me with a thing very quickly?
yes.
I would like you to pick a door and do the thing that the door says to do to it.
What do the doors need? He is fixing spanner.
Right.
I have. Oh wait, mine's radiant damage, not flame. Never mind.
One of these doors needs to be electrocuted, and one of these doors needs to be on fire, and I'm acting on the vague assumption that it should be both. Can I Arcana check the door?
Sure. Definitely you can. This is all adorable, nice, Prince Justin. Yes, you definitely can.
Boom!
Boo
Can
this
I do
man.
so? Can I do so as well?
Sure.
Oh god. 24 Arcana.
There is very strong magic radiating from maybe inside the door, but not, you think, on the door. From what you can tell, although it's a little hard to tell because there's a lot of magic in this place, but the doors themselves don't seem to be radiating magic, Rowan.
So
Alarian, you're like,
what you
those are
mean is
definitely
from
doors.
the other side of the door.
Correct. Like, there's, exactly, yeah. But not on the doors themselves.
Does this tell me anything about that magic in particular?
No, you would need to have more distinctive, like, detect magic or something like that. But you definitely get, I mean, even from here, I mentioned this to Merime as well, you can practically feel the hair on your head standing up a little bit, Rowan. Also, your metal arm feels like slight attraction to the door. Which, but like, it's not in any way, I don't want to, there's not like some massive electromagnet that's going to lock
Your
the
arm's
door.
like, hey, baby.
Yeah, no, yeah, I was thinking about that. It's not like an electromagnet is through it, but you definitely feel a kind of very gentle pull from, again, it's hard to tell if it's from the door or from inside the door that affects your metal arm a little bit. So there's that, and there's the sense of this, it almost feels, the static electricity that I would say feels almost vaguely uncomfortable. I don't know if anyone's ever had like electrostimulation that they do sometimes for certain medical procedures or whatever.
Nope.
That can be very uncomfortable if it's done at a certain sort of type, and it
Kind of like
feels
your
a little
nerves or like.
bit like that. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. I turn around to face everybody else, and I like drop my shoulders and like loosen my arms. What happens to my mechanical arm?
It just sort of slowly, it doesn't like slam, but it sort of drifts back a little bit. Like kind of, it's not strong enough of a pull to lock it there, but it just slightly kind of drifts in that direction of the doors.
Is Tanton still looking at me?
No. He immediately went back to working on Spanner.
Yeah, sorry, Prince Justin.
Tanton,
Mm-hmm.
I'd like you to look at something.
Just a moment.
Very quickly.
Did I get anything more interesting or unusual or
Definitely a
new?
door.
Okay.
I can continue
Magic beyond it, etc., etc.
doing the
I
magic
mean,
thing.
maybe. I think you got a 5. So
So I got a 23. I have advantage on my
Oh.
rolls. Thank you very much.
That makes a difference.
Wait, you have advantage on. Wait, you have advantage
on
on.
Arcana checks.
You do. Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
Part
yeah,
of my Fae-forged heritage.
Ah, yes. Okay, I take that back. Yeah, so then I would say the same experience that I've described. The sort of the
Kind
very
of crackling
strong,
all over my external
I mean,
armor,
yeah,
basically.
exactly. And the sense of this, again, like a feeling of there is enormous magical power, but it's not from the doors. It's from inside somehow.
So do the doors have any kind of opening for a key to go in or not?
They do seem to maybe have, they do seem to have 2 small keyholes, although they're not see-through. They do have 2 keyholes on the handles. You know, I mean, you could also try to pick the lock or whatever like that. You
I
haven't tried
hold
to
my
do any of that yet.
I hold my hand out to Rowan. Let me see the keys.
And also, well, hold on a second, because Rowan was doing something when you were talking about this. So
I thought he was waiting. I thought he was
I'm
waiting
just-
for.
Yeah,
Oh,
I'm just
Tantan?
patiently waiting
Oh,
for Tantan
oh,
to
oh.
just look at me.
okay,
Yeah.
okay.
So, hold the hand out. Let me see the keys. Since you do have them.
I reach for the keys with my good hand and hand them to you,
Okay.
and then I
When
go
is the
back to
good hand?
slouching.
Yeah,
Are
and you
these-
can see, Ilarion, that Rowan's arm is slightly drifting. The metallic one is slightly drifting towards the doors.
Yeah, that's not supposed to happen, right? That's weird. Yes.
I don't know. Does your arm typically tend to move towards large metal objects when you just have it dangling at your side?
Hasn't happened for a while. Typically, someone needs either a very large magnet or something else, and this is not a magnet, or else I'd be really struggling to pull my arm off this door. You'd imagine this is the kind of thing that would be very fascinating to an engineer. I shout in Tantan's direction.
No, I'm examining the keys, Arv. Is there anything markings on them? Anything unusual? Different sizes? Different keys?
Investigation
Something like
check
that.
for me, please.
I mean,
Arv.
yes, right away.
While they're doing that, can
Yes.
I just gently seek with my mind to see if I meet any other elementals or elemental-like creatures?
Sure, I will talk about that in 1 second. Before I say that these are definitely keys. In your experience, Ilarion, they often open locks.
Yep.
That's-
All right. Do they-
Wow, nice
can I at least
tool.
figure out if they look like they would fit the holes in the doors?
No, too large. They these do not fit the
okay.
doors. And Rowan, in fact, had already checked that.
I
But
was not obviously paying attention to what he was doing.
they
Okay.
so they are they're larger than
I
that.
hand the keys back to him.
Sheepishly, you're like, I'm just going to drift back here. Okay, Marime. So now, just remind me, as you're reaching out with your mind, this is basically in sort of Kalashtar mode, right? Not a particular find elemental spell. I know you had this
No.
connection with them before, but so
Yeah,
are
just, you know,
you
'cause-
doing this directionally? I mean, like, are you concentrating on the doors and going there, or are you just doing
Yeah.
kind of all around you?
I'm doing, I mean, I can do up to like 100 feet now. So, but I'm particularly curious with what's happening beyond the door. But I think if I can do like beyond the door and then just kind of gaze around, like what's around, can I sense anything or?
Okay, specifically, we're talking about elementals, right?
Yeah, I mean, if I find Sky Blue, I won't be too sad.
Mm-hmm.
Because I'm particularly worried about her because
Right.
of the vision.
But you're just reaching out telepathically.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which is a good or a bad idea.
Yeah, I was going to say. So, first of all, you do get, clearly there are other entities within this place with sort of, with mental capacity of some sort. You don't really successfully touch the mind of anyone that you talk to directly, but there are definitely others here, except in the door in front of which Rowan and Ilarion are sitting, in front of those doors. When you go in there, I need you to make a wisdom saving throw. I take that back.
I have advantage on those, I'm pleased to say. Okay, so advantage and then wisdom saving throw.
Oh. So,
For those of
Mermaid,
you at home,
that was a 6 and a 4. So, unfortunately, that's a big oof. I agree, Crit Twitch. Marime, when you go inside the doors with your mind, you get one, what you would say is you see an image, basically. You touch the mind of several creatures that are, I guess the best way to describe it is in agonizing torment
Oh, jeez.
so strong that you it actually basically feeds back through your mind. You take 6 points of psychic damage. And Merime, you are dazed. For a moment, Merime is just sort of like swaying on her feet.
Okay, well, I'm gonna abandon the thing that I was doing, which was basically standing where I could have my aura, my guardians block a door and block a hallway. And I'm gonna run over to my sister, because that is
Yeah, she doesn't fall over, but she's like, you know, kind of like swaying a little bit.
and I was just like, what happened?
Merime is not able to respond yet. She's like just like you do hear her say that, Merime, but you're sort of like you know, although it's starting to fade, but the feeling. So like if you want, like give it like 20 seconds, you could probably like then go ahead and speak, but it takes a while, Nisiana, clearly.
Which is
Yeah,
enough time for
yeah.
Tanton to look up and just like when you've got somebody who's just really damn good at their job and they just and they know what the hell's going on.
Right.
And so Tanton just kind of looks and says, Rowan, step about 25 feet to your left.
You're
Can
muted.
do.
I immediately do so.
Okay. Go ahead and move your figure.
And so if the magnetic force is coming from inside the room, it'll still grab his arm through the wall. And so we know it's not the doors doing it, but it's something inside.
That is the case. Yeah, it's sort of drifting towards the room, towards the wall of the room, basically.
There is something intense behind this door, but I was incorrect about my previous assumption, which means that these doors are still locked. So I'm just gonna try the obvious thing. I'm gonna pick the door.
Go ahead and make. Go ahead, please, and make a dexterity check. You have thieves' tools by chance?
Do I have these tools in there? I do not think.
If you don't, Tanton does.
Yeah, I was figuring you could get it from Tanton.
Merime does as well, but she's busy being dazed.
She's being
Yeah.
dazed, yeah.
Well, once she comes out of the daze, I'm actually going to take her hand, and take her hands in mine, and say, "I'm here. What do you
ask
know?
me to
What
do
have you
just now?
experienced?" And I
Thief-
give her guidance to explain or
Okay.
figure it out.
Go ahead and give her guidance. Rowan, I was asking to see if you had thieves' tools. If not, you can borrow them from someone, because I think Tanton, you know, Merime has recovered enough that she could give you some. So that just allows you to make this dex check. It's just giving you, you know, lock picks and your kind of basics that you would need.
Okay.
He doesn't already have these tools?
He's
I have a fortune kit and a disguise kit. I don't
Oh,
have these
okay.
tools.
Well, note to self: make sure we give our wild card some thieves' tools.
But see, he's technically a sorcerer, not a rogue. So you know,
Yeah, but
it's
you
like-
know what?
he's everything. All
They're
in all.
useful.
he's
things.
everything you want. He's everything you need.
He's everything inside of you you wish you could be.
Not
That
quite.
band was amazing live, by the way. I saw them twice.
Oh,
Oh,
in,
nice.
in fact, if you want a funny little, if you look up, there is a song called is it that song? I think it's either Everything You Want or it's You're a God. No, it's You're a God. There is a live show that was done at the Paradise in Boston many, many years ago when Everything You Want, which was a #1 album, came out. And my wife and I actually went to see it. We were together but not married at the time. We were just dating, and we went to see it. And at the very end of the live video they did for You're a God, you can see us in the front row, basically like when I was super young. That's my one brush with #1 album, Fortune and Fame.
That's awesome.
Anyway, okay, sorry. So they meant a total of 12 is what we're looking at.
How close is he to me?
yeah.
He's like 15 feet from you, I think.
Flash of genius. Add 5 to that.
Ooh.
Okay.
Interesting. So, Rowan, what does that look like, Tanton? Because, Rowan, you're like, it doesn't quite. And then what do you do, Tanton?
Basically, Tanton just goes to the left, and he just glances up and is like, twist to the left, and then looks back at what he's doing.
Do you do that, Rowan?
Yeah.
Click. So all of a sudden and the door is unlocked. Also, hi to Wispy Song and Shadow Mage. Yeah, so the doors not have opened, but I mean they're unlocked now.
And I will have recovered enough by then, I assume, with all of that and with Nisiana's encouragement.
Yes.
And I'll go, there's something in agony beyond there. We have to help them.
Do the doors open inward or outward?
These doors open inward.
Okay. I push
Towards
them
you.
inward.
Sorry. Towards you is what I mean.
Right,
Inward towards you.
I pull them out, but as I'm doing so, I'm positioning myself
You're
so
muted,
I'm
John.
in front of Merime as much as possible.
Okay.
Okay.
I just
Between
wanted
Merime
to,
and the door as much as possible.
I will
I
keep
just
that in
wanted to
mind.
let you know I had picked up my heavy crossbow from at the entrance and have that
gotcha.
ready with my shield out, so it's kind of shield and crossbow now.
Officially, how many minutes has it been?
By now, with everything, it's enough that your aura of life would be down by now.
Aura of life is down. What about my spirit
Maybe
guardian?
you have 2 minutes left on the Spirit of Guardians, I would think.
Okay.
Something like that.
That's a total of how many?
Out of 10, I believe, right? Or how long is it, actually? It's a good question.
It's 10 minutes.
Yeah, so then yes.
But how long has it been since we... I'm trying to figure out how many times I would have been able to cast Mending. Because it takes a minute.
8 minutes?
It would have been probably about 15 minutes, I'm guessing, all told.
In that case, mine's down.
So 10 to 15, I would say. It's somewhere in there. Maybe like 12. I don't want to be too fine about it, but somewhere in there is what I would say.
We'll go with 10, because he was also interacting with Rowan.
Okay. Right.
Drawings. Okay. I have no more auras up.
Okay. Give me just a
But I can pop them up when I need to, which is what I keep saving them. And I have a ring. I haven't used the ring yet. Oh wait, I can't. Can I do that? It's level 3 for the ring, isn't it?
Yes, sir. And we got
All right.
a lot of D6s coming.
So, now, I'll go ahead and do your mending, and then we're going to open those doors.
That's one. Where's my reroll?
Nice, Shadow.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. However many that is.
Oh, good God. So
9 plus 2
11,
plus 3 was
14,
5.
19, 27, 35, 40, 47, 54, 60. So that would bring
Okay,
Spanner
he's-
up to full if that's the case.
Yes. Yes.
All just mending cantrips? Just to be clear, is that you can just always do that? Just
Yeah.
Okay.
But it takes a minute to do each one, so
Yeah.
it's not really an in-combat kind of
Yeah,
thing.
no, we're
Correct.
definitely not. All right, good. So Spanner is fine. Again, I will remove the little skull icon. And the doors open, and I'm sorry to be clear, Rowan. You said you were standing outside of the, like, sphere of influence or whatever. If I understood that correctly.
Yeah, I'm positioning myself such that wherever, while I can still see through the door, I am as much as possible between whatever is behind the door and Mermaid.
Let's find out what
Thank
is
you.
behind the door.
Yep. Oh, that looks like a forge to me. Of some kind.
Forge-esque, yeah.
Creature is terribly suffering.
Is something actually being burned inside there?
I think it's elementals.
Kind of.
I think that's what's.
Again.
Okay. So, the center of this domed chamber is dominated by a large forge that is glowing with tremendous heat. And there are thick cables which are running along the floor of the room from the forge to 3 separate control panels. One of them over here, one of them over here, and one of them over here, that are covered in switches and dials and levers. And embedded in the wall above each control panel is a glowing crystal, dark violet in hue and about 2 feet long. And on the left-hand side over here, you see a bespectacled female gnome who is tinkering with the controls on one of the panels. and the sort of static electricity thing that I mentioned is like even stronger here, if that's possible.
Those cables
I
are.
immediately fireball the panel that she's working on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
Okay.
Okay.
So, so it's on then. All right. So.
I guess you need to put the gnome on the map.
Yeah. I was doing that anyway. Let's see.
It's like
To be sure, I am aiming for the control panel and not the gnome.
Are you fireballing or firebolting? Because
firebolting.
Firebolting.
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay.
all right. That's a lot
Okay.
different.
I'm gonna be sure.
Yeah.
That was not what I said the first time, but it is what I'm saying now.
Okay.
Cool.
I just wanted to be clear.
That,
I mean,
single
look, it's
foot
Rowan.
difference, yeah.
We wouldn't put it past him to do the.
Yeah, I like how
fireball.
everybody's
I'm
like,
just
okay,
saying.
well that's the wild card. Okay,
Yeah.
right. So, all right. So you shoot a firebolt at it. All right. So, and I think, yes, you have to make, and you were 17. Okay, well, oddly enough, that panel does not move out of the way very much. Okay, so go ahead. It is going to hit. Go ahead and roll your damage.
Oh, it's just 1d10? Cool.
Yes.
I mean, it's still fire damage. Well,
5.
Okay. So, yeah, so it hits the panel, and
no.
it doesn't?
No, I mean, it's not 1d10. It goes to 2d10 at 5th level. You're level, what, 10?
Yeah, he is. You're level 10.
So it's 2d10.
I am.
Oh, all right, so roll another
okay,
1d10
cool.
then.
Let's...
Next level, it goes to 3d10.
Wow,
Okay,
Prince
7.
Justin, wow. 7, okay. So the fire hits this panel, and when it hits the panel, there are two things that happen. The first is, and you know fire, Rowan, like we've done this before.
Intimately.
You've seen this thing. When it hits
inside and out.
When it hits it, what happens to the flame is as if it were being curled over a sheet or a shield. It dissipates and all heads up to the violet gem, which sort of glows purple. And that's the first thing that happens. It was already glowing purple, but glows temporarily darker purple. And then the gnome sort of like steps back and, and then turns and, well, that was unexpected. Just so you know, these panels are pretty much indestructible. What are you doing here? This is not a place that most people come to. I mean, unless you're Warforged. Well, you are, and she points to you, Larian. But the rest of you are clearly not Warforged, I can tell. So you're either prisoners who escaped, and I don't recognize you, so I don't think you're that. So who are you, exactly?
I will ask her, why are you making those creatures suffer? Are you doing it on purpose or by accident?
What? Oh, you mean the elementals? And she sort of points at the gems. And she says, I'm not doing it on purpose. I just work here. And I wasn't the one who bound them in the first place. But, well, that's the thing about Eberron. Anything that powers through, energy, it's elementals that do it. Kind of makes the world go round. I'm not a big fan, but it is the way it is.
On a point of information, doing a job is purpose, because you could conscientiously object and you haven't.
Well, and she sort of like nods and she turns to you, and at first you're like, is she going to be upset? And she's like, you make a good point. Well, you see, it's like this. I didn't come here for that reason. At least I didn't think that I came here for that reason. Okay, let me start at the beginning. So my name is Jirana Geretto Metal Stuff. I'm actually a binder from Zalargo, and I was brought here by the Lord of Blades because I'm really, really good at what I do. I am an artificer and an engineer, and I'm super good at it. And I had a generous research budget, and I was like, this sounds great. And I didn't realize it was the Lord of Blades until I got here. And then I thought it was a bad idea to be here. Mostly because I find them really boring because they talk about, then vengeance will be mine and the blades will cut the flesh, and it's really tiresome. And so I really didn't mean to, stay here as long as I have, but I just can't figure out a way to leave. And I couldn't leave without Soul Ring anyway. So I just had to, yeah. Who are you again?
I want to cut you off very quickly.
Okay.
Try.
Like in the middle of that entire, just near
yeah.
the end of that conversation, I immediately cut Liana off and go, "Can I ask you a strange question?
Sure.
Where are you from?"
Oh,
Well, that's not the strange question I want to ask, but just
I was going to say,
before
I don't
get
think
there,
that's that strange. It's strange that you're here, and well, I'll tell you if you promise to tell me where you're from. I'm just curious. Is that?
Oh yeah, hi, I'm Rowan Shallow. I'm from Salvation.
Oh, I've
we're
heard of
just passing
Salvation.
through.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. I'm from Zalargo, off to the north. I'm an artificer. That's a cool arm, and she sees your arm for the first time. Wow, that's amazing
I know,
technology.
right? I can tell you more about this. I can tell you more
amazing.
about this in a bit. But do you still have family in Zalargo?
Well, yeah. Although my brother and my father. My brother I don't get along with, and my father is he doesn't approve of artificers, and he's kind of boring. She says. Oh, I have a picture, by the way, of her. Incidentally, I should have put this up before.
Rowan's about to reply to this. I actually clap my hand over his mouth.
Okay.
And hold it there kind of firmly. Sorry, Rowan. Would you, and then address her, would you like to leave, yes or no?
Would I like to leave? There's
would
a picture
you
of her,
like cut her off? Would yes or no is the question. The answers I only want to hear.
Well,
yes or no.
I can't.
Yes or no.
I can't answer that.
Yes or no.
No, without Soul Ring. I'm not leaving here without Soul Ring. It's not fair to leave him behind. He's a good dwarf.
Where is Soul Ring?
Well, he's probably in his quarters or maybe in the prison cells. I don't know exactly where he is. He's probably in his workshop. That's generally where he is.
Can you take us to the prison cells?
Well, yes, but you need to tell me who you are. Who are you, though? I am
Illyrian. That is Mia Tanton. That is Diana Jarasco. That is Mary Hawksmoor. We're here to rescue people, including yourself. But first, you need to shut this down.
Okay. Well, I can do that. Wait. Oh, that's right. There's a fight outside. Who's winning? Are you winning?
Don't know. Please shut this down now.
Tanton, please do something.
Tanton lights up his dragon marks.
And she goes,
is like, fellow artificer.
Oh! And she's like, gets all like, oh, it's an honor. The house.
Shush.
Oh, sorry.
I am Mia Tanton Tagershot de Cannith, in good standing with the House of Cannith. I am from Seer.
And she kind of, her face sort of like straightens out, like, oh. And she kind of nods slowly. Yes.
We need your help.
And she gets very serious and she says, all right, I had friends who died in Seer. I know what that's about. And she says, the problem is that the Lord of Blades is big, and he'll kill me, and she'll kill my friend Soul Ring. And I don't want to die, and I don't want Soul Ring to die. So how can I know that you'll protect me? What if this is a test from the Lord of Blades to kill me?
While Illyrian's hand is still in my mouth, I mumble a thing.
I'll take my hand off of your mouth now.
Okay.
That's what we're here for, to die. You just need to help us do everything else.
she goes, oh!
I can fix that. I can fix that. We need to get to the point.
I might be able to help you if I believed you. If I can trust you, then maybe we can do something, but I have to be careful.
What do you think he's going to do with you when he's done?
He'll tear me into shreds after he's sucked out my brain or something.
What do you have to lose by going with us?
I'm not going to go unless you save my friend.
That's what I'm talking
We have people that we want to save as well, and you can help us get to them too.
Probably in the cells.
Make a
Why do you think I asked where you came from?
Okay. I'm going to ask one of you to make a persuasion check, and I'm going to do it this way. Before you make a roll, I'm going to ask, you all have had a chance, Tantin, Nisiana, Rowan, and Alarian. Merime was not doing this as much directly interacting. No, I take that back. Merime also did a little bit. So any of the 5 of you can make this persuasion check. The question is, which of the 5 of you do you think was most effective in convincing Jirana to go along with you? And I don't want you to talk about this with each... Well, no, you could talk about it with each other. I take that back. Like, out of game. Basically, which one of you thinks that was, like,
It's
the
either
most effective?
Rowan or Tanton, in my opinion. I will gladly bow out. I will gladly bow out.
Well, she seems most concerned about her friend.
Tanton's probably
what I
rolling
spoke
intimidation, but it's Tanton.
I also have a +6 to persuasion.
I have a +9 to persuasion.
Yeah, I was going to say,
I
I
don't
also
think I
have I have a +6 to persuasion as well, and all Tanton did was basically yank the leash and get her to focus. He didn't really...
Actually,
Yeah, but that really got her attention.
The one thing that I can say Tanton was effective with was show the credentials. So it's like cred badge, right? You flip the badge and showed, like, listen to me because I am from a reputable source. And I offer free
I will bow out to Mia Tanton and back him up. But it's just like she's
Whoever
curious
does it,
and
I
she
have bad
needs
luck.
to save her friend. Those are the 2 things I've gotten out of this very annoying conversation.
I'm hearing Tanton or Rowan here.
Agreed.
What do
I'm
you think,
comfortable
Rowan?
with either of them.
I mean, my persuasion is +3.
Okay.
So it's that balancing act, right? Like, you'll get your persuasion, and the question is, how much did your work add to your own individual bonuses there? And that's something you don't know until you decide.
All right. Yeah.
And
well,
I can Tanton, you're taking the role. I will inspire you. I will give you a point of inspiration, not a point of inspiration, a dice of inspiration, a D10.
You also
if
have
you
hero
need it.
points, don't forget.
nobody ever uses those.
Unless they're not there.
We'll see. Okay. Right. So you're gonna. So Tanton, you're doing this. So we're looking at a +6 to begin with. You can add +4 to that. So you will have +10 on your persuasion here.
Wow.
So 26.
Not enough. No.
Wait.
Actually, 20. Wait.
I don't know. That's math.
28.
Thank
28.
you. That thing.
There you go.
So she kind of like seems somewhat not intimidated. I would say, like, kind of somewhat starstruck by the. She's a little bit starstruck by the dragon mark, Tanton, but is also has a very serious demeanor about her that's sort of played in. And as you watch her sort of like do stuff with the panels, this is clearly not an idiot. I mean, this is clearly someone who's like very good at what they do, because apparently Jirana has been keeping this forge going more or less by herself. And she says, all right, I'm going to trust you, and I'm going to trust that you're going to get my friend Solring out too with me. All right, if we're going to shut this down, you need to know a couple things. The first is that they're powered by these, and she points up at the crystals. And she says, the thing that makes this different, the thing that I didn't even know myself until I got here, is that this thing wasn't just made for, like, typical elemental control. These are dragon shards. Now, dragon shard crystals are several things. A, extremely rare. B, extremely difficult to deal with. It is said that some of these may have themselves come down from the initial battles with Eberron and the beginning of the world. And 3, because of what they often are, I guess I would describe this as, if you do any work in crystallography, and I'm sure none of you do, but I had a friend who did, when crystals grow, if they grow in a very jagged sort of way, if you could imagine what energy flow would be like moving over, or let's say river running over rocks. A river running over rocks that are fairly smooth don't make a lot of sort of, ripples, right? It just goes smoothly. When the rocks are jagged, when the rocks stick up in various directions, that's when you get waves and currents and eddies. That's why we get, whitewater, rafting and things like that, because of the way that the rocks are underneath the water. So in a similar way, these crystals are jagged. Merime, if it's true that these are dragon shard crystals, and they have managed to capture elementals in them, this means, number one, that these crystals are quite powerful. This forge is enormously powerful. It explains the sensations you've been having. but it also explains the agony, because it's one thing to trap an elemental inside, let's say, a circular prison. It's another thing to trap them inside the equivalent of an Iron Maiden.
Okay. Do we know any weaknesses to these things? I am willing to go.
Well, she tells you about how that works. She says, we can do it, but all 3 of these need to be deactivated at the same time. You all need to do exactly what I do, and 2 of you need to be at those other 2 panels. Like, or, 1 each, basically.
All right. Happy to.
I look at the more dexterous members of our group, and I'm going to just guard the door.
Arcana and intelligence would be good here.
Okay, well, that is, well, I mean, I'm a jack of all trade as a, but I
I
think,
mean, my Arcana is actually pretty high.
and Tantan, how's yours? Your intelligence is high.
I'm an artificer, so
Yeah, no,
this is my bread
Tantan
and butter.
seems like a slam dunk.
Right? You're an artificer, so you do that. I will
He's
be
already
ready.
heading for the far side. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll be ready to, like, talk down the elementals to soothe them, because I'm the only one who can speak with them.
All right, are you doing the are you, like, actually operating the panel then, or are you watching as, like, Rowan does it, let's say?
Oh, I'm letting Rowan and Tantan operate those things.
Okay. I love this picture, by the way. Well, one thing I want to note, I also love the idea that Alarian's watching and, like, Spanner is like, no, Spanner's not making any motions, but Spanner, I just have this image of Spanner staring at the fire. Marimay,
He's actually looking out. He's watching.
Oh, okay, he's guarding.
Overwatch.
Gotcha. So, Marimay, I want to point out something, which is that this forge, you can feel the tremendous heat, but the thing that's strange about it is that the heat itself seems to be swirling and seems to be crackling with electricity as well as fire. You think that this is basically a forge that is not designed to forge traditional weapons. It is designed to forge imbued weapons. And the size of this forge means that, and it clearly you can see from the burned, like, edges around it and everything has been used already. Whatever is being built out of this forge would be exceedingly powerful and could be built at scale. So it can do a lot fast. This is bad news, basically. Okay, so
I
she's
disagree, but
well, yeah, no, I mean bad news from the point of view of, like, if this is in the hand of your enemies, more like that, Tantan. Okay, so Joranna stands at the thing and she's like, "All right, okay, is everyone ready? Everyone watching me?" So, like, Rowan, you have to like lean over to see what she's doing. She's like, "All right, so it works like this, and it has to be done exactly this way. All right, 2 yellow, 3 blue, 2 knob twists," and she goes through this series of, like, it basically is the most complicated Simon game of all time. Like, you know, like 3 presses here, 2 presses here, turn
like
the
clown
knob.
The
head in
largest
Toonstruck.
bucket.
Yeah. It's like this incredibly extraordinary thing, and she's like, "All right, everyone got it?" After about 10 seconds of that. So I need all of you on the count of 3 to make an Arcana check.
All of us, or just the ones?
No,
on
just the
machines?
ones who are at the panel. Unless somebody wants to go over and, like, I don't know if Valerian wants to go over to Tantan and be like, "No, it's the blue one," or something, like, while Tantan's, like, standing there. I don't know.
I doubt either of them need an assist from me. I think
Okay.
they'll be fine.
Yes,
I think it is time for me to guidance Rowan. And
Okay.
There you go.
Yeah,
Eberron-
Tantan, you still have
Eberron believes in you. So that's an extra D4 for this.
I'm also going to Tides of Chaos, so I'm rolling an advantage.
Oh, nice.
Okay.
Yeah, did we ever do the Wild Magic Surge for Fireball?
Not yet. You can let me know whenever you're ready.
Yeah, why don't we
After this.
Yeah, well, I tell you what, we'll do that after the thing with the panel, okay? Right. What could go wrong? Okay,
While
so
you're
ready
going
on...
for the 15th twist, your arm suddenly disappears.
Yeah, exactly. God damn it. Okay. So Marimay, okay, so if everyone is ready, then on the count of 3, 1, 2, 3. All right, we have a 17 from Tantan, a 10 from Rowan, and and her. Yeah, well, she succeeds.
Right.
Okay.
1d4, you said, right?
Yep, 1D4. 12.
12.
And what's the
12.
Tides of Chaos?
That was he rolled with advantage.
Oh,
So,
you have a hero point. Oh, wait, you can't do that.
Advantage is not very
so
great
you
in this
hear
game.
I'm
kind of
also
a.
going to bend luck.
Oh, yeah,
I'm
that's
gonna
right.
add another.
Right.
I'm gonna add another 1d4 to that.
God, Ben Luck.
315.
It gets him to 15 at
I
least.
love it. I love the idea that you're turning the knob and then you're like this, and you sort of look around, and then Ben Luck, you're like, eh, like extra, like this way.
Just I close my eyes and I just touch a thing.
You're like, fine, yeah, right, exactly. You just hit the button. All right. So when you do that, the crystals, all 3 crystals, sort of glow, and then they sort of shimmer, and then stop, and the forge suddenly goes dark, and the flames sort of sink, so that happens, and outside you hear this great shout outside the building.
Someone will have noticed that.
Right. You don't know what that means or what the thing, and she says, all right, that's great. So just so you know, we need to get to where we need to go, because everyone's going to know what happened. And if your side isn't winning, then the Lord of Blades is going to come and kill all of us. So
How do we free the spirits?
And she says, oh, well, as for the elementals, they will also exit the crystals on their own in, I would guess, about 20 seconds. They might be angry when they come out, and they'll probably attack whatever's here. Otherwise, they'll just leave, I would think.
We should go.
I'm gonna just kind of like, I got 100 foot, so even as we go, I can send like, you know,
Soothing words type of
yeah,
thing.
soothing words. We are not your enemies. We have freed you. There are shitheads here. Just get away. Get away.
Okay.
Get away. Be safe.
Sounds good. So if you're heading out, then she is going to, you want her to bring you to...
the prison section.
Right. Okay. So...
Time to free our friends.
I am making sure that everyone's out, and I'll be the last one out of this chamber.
Okay. And she, all right, so you go ahead and you do that. Do you close the door on the way out, or do you, like...
Yeah, I'll leave it
No.
open. I'll leave
We'll
it open. I mean, they'll blast through it anyways. But I'll
They
leave
may
it
not
open.
be able to get out unless it's open.
Oh, they are going to tear this.
Rowan, we are leaving.
I briefly look at the gem in front of me, and then I follow you all.
Right.
Okay. So, she
come over there
leads
and
you
carry
out,
you out.
and she says, all right, so probably he's in his workshop. So we go there, and then the prison's right across the hall. And she comes over to the door, and then she starts to knock, and then she says, oh, we have 10 seconds before the elementals get out, so never mind. And she just walks into the room, which is unlocked. Inside this room, you were reminded a little bit, in particular, I would say, Tantin and Rowan are reminded a little bit of Clock's workshop that you saw before, in that there is a lot of these workbenches filling the room covered in tools and cogs and gears and other bits of dismantled machinery. And standing next to the workbench, working on one of these, is an elderly dwarf. He is turned away from you.
Wait a second. That's
Everyone get inside, please. I'm literally ushering everyone into the door so I can close it before the elementals
Come in. Okay.
Yep, her too. Move it.
Yeah, she will go in as well. Sorry, give me 1 second.
Yeah.
DM time.
And then,
right. Okay.
And then I do close the door.
Okay.
So we don't.
So the door closes, and an elderly dwarf with snow white hair and a flowing beard, dressed in a leather apron with pockets full of tools, is examining several cogs with a large, I never pronounced this properly the first time. Is it loop? Or
loop?
It is loop.
You're
okay.
right. Yep.
Oblivious to your presence. And when the door closes, you hear suddenly a like a rat-a-tat-tat sound. And actually right above your head, Rowan. And as the dwarf turns to look at you, Rowan, if you look up, you see sort of peering down at you a clockwork woodpecker who just looks over at you, clearly the source of the tapping. And the dwarf says, "Ah, thanks, Yoffil," says the dwarf. "Now, who do we have here?" And Jirana says, "Oh, Solring. Yes, these are friends. Well, I don't know if they're friends yet, but they shut down the forge." He says, they did what now? And outside you hear in the hallway.
I brace myself against the door.
And right,
Soothing words.
you're trying, but there is a lot of static. I think might be.
Keep moving. Exit is to your south. Just keep moving out.
Well,
of
they're
the
not.
building.
They're not coming through the door yet.
No, we're trying to get them to go out the bottom door.
Right. Okay.
Trying to get them to leave the building.
Right. Let me show you quickly a picture here of him. And I apologize because the picture does not show him with the snow white hair, which he's supposed to have, but it is.
Oh, but that looks a whole lot like sky blue, doesn't it?
Let's see. Yes, I'll come to it. All right. Yes, well, I'll come to that. Yes. So I'm going to show this on stream, so you will all see this now. And you can see as this dwarf is sort of looking at you, and you're all like, and Larian's like, "Let's go," and Solring says, "Oh, did you release the elementals and you shut down the forge and oh, wait a minute now, what how do you?" Now I have a question. Does anyone have the Beard Braid Legacy event?
Yes.
Yep. Someone does.
Beard
I know we have it
Braid.
as a group.
Yes, we do.
Yeah.
Party
we have it
wide.
as a group.
Talon wants to borrow a wrench.
And he sort of looks and he goes, and now do you hold it out to him, Nisiana? Like, is he sort of like?
No, it just says, "Oh yeah, it is a beard, isn't it? Beard braid." Talon wants to borrow a wrench.
And he nods slowly and he says, "That's my nephew's. Then that means you are from the other side." And he looks down at Jirana and he says, "Well, you found me, friends. Now the question is, how in the hells are we going to get out?"
Well, we're gonna let the spirits go, the elementals go first.
And
That's where we're going to bring our session.
Uh-huh.
Fred saw me
Nice.
setting up for it, like just yeah. So you have found. Now you have not found everybody yet, but you have found at least two of the people you came here to find. This, if it's correct, is the creator of the Oracle of War. We'll see. But
Ammo better be.
yeah, fascinating. I am very interested. That image of like Ilarion like holding the door as just like this sound of like you're just like don't even. It's like Raiders of the Lost Ark, right? Don't look at the end. Just don't look at the things. Like just keep your eyes closed.
Or Tyranny of Dragons.
Or
Right.
that. Yeah. Oh God, that's true.
Now you know what it's like, John. Stand here and hold this door. You can't do anything else.
Oh God, oh my God, that's right, son. That was really, really fun, everybody. Man, was that a good time. I really enjoyed not only you folks had the combat you had to fight on the outside, but it's so interesting to me that you're doing all of this while this battle is going on outside and you've got all of these things to consider inside. Like, it's exactly what the King's Citadel is good at. Like, this is the thing you're supposed to be good at, is do a bunch of stuff quickly, hopefully with some vague sense of stealth, and efficiently, and then get people out while you're in the middle of a war. Like, nobody does that except the King's Citadel. Like, that's,
Stealth.
that's what it's about.
That word is unfamiliar to
maybe
me.
stealth's not the right word. Maybe like,
it's not stealth
surgical. Maybe that's the best way.
Plum, I think is good.
Good work from the party now, and now you've figured half the job. Now you just have to get the other prisoners get done. I will start with the person at the bottom right of the ziggurat. Good stuff from Ilarion. Obviously, well done in the combat. You were taking it on the chin there, and you did have a lot of this battle up against a guy who seemed somewhat familiar to you in terms of the way that they fought, although they clearly, as I say, were not Starforged or anything. But and then obviously dealing with the Elemental Forge itself. and sort of being like we need to move because we've got problems and all that stuff, kind of keeping everyone on task. Not specifically keeping the NPCs more than anything else on task, I think probably is the biggest thing.
Two cheddar boxes against each other. I had to stop somewhere.
Right.
I had to interpose, and I apologize to everyone for doing that, but it had to be done.
Oh no, you had to.
Just think we're going to be here forever.
It was fun to watch. Yeah, when they're just sort of like, "Isn't this great technology?" You're like, "Stop." How did you feel today, John, about the session, and where will the lovely folks find you next?
This was a lot of fun. Absolutely. Yes, really great cooperation among the party. This battle could have gone a lot worse. Considering we just
could shutting the forge down have gone a lot worse.
That too. I don't know how we're going to do that without the help. So but I loved. I was concerned I was going to get my metal butt handed to me, but with the fireball and then the assistance from Maramé and the Spanner healing and allowing me just to hold the line there was really super helpful.
And John, I'm sorry. Pause for a second. Otherwise, I'm going to forget this. Brandon, I need you to make that wild magic search roll.
Oh, yep.
Because we never did that. That's got to happen.
But now was good. That was good.
Cool. So you wanted the 20, yeah?
Right.
191.
I was rooting hardcore for that. That would have been so great. We'll find out what happens the next time. Okay, that didn't happen. Okay, sorry.
I think you should add a +1 to his roll every time he does it.
Because by the way,
passes it.
Because I did Band Luck as well. No, because I did Tides of Chaos as well. The next time I cast a spell, I will have to do this again.
Okay, can you make a note? I'll put a note to remind myself too, but can you also put a note to remind yourself so neither of us forget? Okay, sorry, John, on you go. I just didn't want to forget.
That's right. So and then of course let's just diplomatic, negotiating, treating, whatever you want to call it, with the gnome to make sure that she realizes we are on her side. We are here to help and everything too. It's great work by everybody. That was kind of funny. You're like, well, one of you can make the roll, but only one, and who's it going to be? Which is fascinating.
Yeah, that was a good discussion.
That's how we all interacted with her to some degree, which is funny. And
right.
But I'm like, that's not me. So yeah, a lot of fun. We've hinted at maybe another session this month. I don't know. If this is the last one, that's an awesome way to round it out. If we are doing one more, that'd be awesome too. But I don't know how it's going to work. So, but yeah, as usual, a blast playing with everybody. So glad I got to make this one. So, always a pleasure.
Good stuff, John. And and I think the 30th, Brandon can't do that one, but I think the party said that they would like to do. Oh, go ahead, Brandon.
The 30th is up in the air. It will be very difficult, but I would like to make it, so I will let you know.
So let's say that we're going to do it in the hopes, because that's what happened tonight, right? I would love that.
Yes.
That would be the great, because I think,
pay that off. Come on.
Depending on how you all do, I could even see a scenario where maybe you might finish this like section, depending on how things go. It would be really awesome to end season 3 right at the end of 2023. That would be really slick if we could do it.
That would be great.
If we could do it, knowing us, 50-50 shot. But
that's true. That's true.
Yeah.
But anyway,
cool.
Good stuff.
One
today,
more
John.
session this month. Yes, thank you. Always a pleasure. Great fun.
It was a lot of fun. Good stuff, John. Jen, also very good stuff with Nisiana. The healing and it is interesting. I've really enjoyed watching the party tactically figure out. Like, we still haven't. It's like the classic. You're like blowing through these fights in Final Fantasy VII, let's say, and you're just like, I can't use all of my potions because the big boss is still to cut, and you're like, when am I going to get the boss music is different boss, right? And that was very much, everybody was aware of this. And you were thinking about that too, Nisiana, about like, when do I cast this? Like, your aura clearly is up, whatever. But you had a lot of effective spells here, obviously with the Cure Wounds, but also the Spirit Guardians was hugely important. That really helped with those guys that were up close and personal with the blade sergeants there. Obviously the aura of life. Had Maramé not been had been like sort of more damaged or whatever, then there might you might have been able to do other stuff there as well. But she was able to recover from it, just sort of somewhat shaken, obviously, by the experience of what she sensed. And so your sort of concern for your sister, was well played out there. As it turned out, that turned out to be okay. I am very curious to see what Nisiana is going to feel like going into this with some of these people that she's found, because Nisiana has been very much on the whole, we need to find Sol Ring and we need to find Sky Blue. And, you know, like finding these people has been a big part of why Nisiana was thinking about in this adventure. So I'm curious to see how that plays out. But I thought everything was done well this time around. It'll be interesting to see how you manage things next time, Jen. How did you feel about today's session, and where will the folks find you next?
I'm actually quite pleased with my spirit guardians.
Yeah.
That's a
Such a
fairly
good
high
spell.
level
I love that
spell.
spell. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Absolutely.
But it is a good one.
Yep.
And it is level 3, so I can have that one in my ring as a last resort.
Yep. Yeah, the only problem with that is that it's concentration, so you can lose it. But
yes,
but other
and
than
also
that,
I
I
had
love
to
Spirit
take away the
Guardians.
shield of faith, but I think it did since it hit multiple things every time.
Yep.
It was good. I was very pleased that we have found the person. It's like one crisis at a time. We have now found the one person. We have 2 more to go find, and then save everybody else and get out before we get stomped on.
Yeah.
Because who knows how big the Lord of Blades actually is? Because I don't. But we're knocking down our ducks. That's how she has to do it at this point.
Mm-hmm.
But boy, my spells are starting to look a little thin on the ground.
Yeah.
Little thin, and I am less than pleased with that. But you know what? I'm very pleased with that. The how we did, and I didn't have to use life transference again, but I will. I have to save a certain sister.
Probably
Still doesn't
gnome.
know that I can do that.
I just saw Critchwood say probably gnome-sized.
That's
Yeah, look, the Lord of the
exactly what I
Blades
was
is a
thinking.
hobbit. Yeah, all of a sudden they're just like, well, you know, it was there all along. And then it just becomes like this massive... No, I can promise you the Lord of Blades is not a gnome. That would be
No,
very
I'm
funny,
pretty
but...
sure it's not.
Yeah.
It's not.
That would crack me up, though. It's the Clockwork Woodpecker is actually the Lord of Blades.
I guess where you can find me will be here in 2 weeks, or you can go check out the backer kit for my soon-to-be Kickstarter in early 2024. Otherwise, I'm online as Jennifer Brozek everywhere. I'm working on my next Shadowrun novel, and it's a doozy. Like, people are losing limbs and having fights within the party and everything. It's very exciting. Otherwise, I hope everybody has a very good holiday season, and then we'll be back in time for New Year's.
It's going to be good times. Yeah, that'll be fun. It was Lord Blade all along, Anna. I love the theories in chat. Thank you, Jen. Always a pleasure. Good stuff today. Brandon, again, like Rowan is, it's so fascinating to me. The way that Rowan actually works through his progressions of what to do, because it really is like when you were like originally said fireball, everyone wasn't like, what, that's insane. Everyone was just like, okay, like clearly Rowan has some reason to do this.
Let's see where he's going with this.
At which point I was like, a fireball? And you're like, no, firebolt. I'm like, oh, okay. Like, because that's otherwise you might be having a very different discussion with Jirana. But you know, obviously seeing the mural, you were the first person to actually get the key, and then walking into, I loved the image of you standing in front of the door and kind of letting your hand drift back a little bit. Was really smart. It's fun to watch what that actually was, because like, is it some giant, you know, Eberron electromagnet? Is it, you know, or what? And the fact that it was all of you in a way were piecing together what elements of what that might actually be in the room. And it was fun when you finally got in there to see what it was. I was also super curious, and you don't have to tell me if you don't want to. I was super curious about what you were like, panel, firebolt. Like I was like, wow, because it felt very visceral, that reaction to me, and I thought that was really cool. And I didn't know if that's what it was about, or if it was just like, that's the danger zone, or what. But it was really neat, I think, to watch kind of Rowan go through things today. And also that fireball at the beginning was also super effective too. How'd you feel about today's session? Where will the fine folks find you next? And you know, yeah, if you want to tell me what you were thinking with the fireball, you don't have to, but I'm curious.
No, my thing with the panel is, again, one of the very first times that I did anything with this crew in the first place was the first time that we found out that the Warforged were torturing elementals for their own goals. So the moment that Merime went, something is suffering behind here, I went, oh, I trust Merime's judgment implicitly. The doors open. Machines are connected to a thing. I didn't even know I didn't even know what was in the room or where. I was assuming something was inside the furnace, and I immediately went bang. That was my goal.
Yeah. That's neat.
Because I do believe, like, one of the few things I think I know about Rowan is, regardless of how reckless and selfish he is, watching other people suffer for no good reason, no bueno.
Yeah.
To which I will just automatically just be reckless, more reckless than usual. So that immediately was a thing that I enjoyed.
Big fan of Rowan's point of view on that, incidentally.
Yeah.
Big fan.
And, like, because, like, the other thing that I like about that scene is that I also immediately went from that to, oh, you have confirmed that you're a prisoner. You can decide that this is something that you don't enjoy. I'm gonna talk you through this, and then Ilarion goes, "We don't have time to talk you through this. Are you making a decision or not?"
Can't talk now. What's some up?
Like ticking clock, like explosions. It's like, there's too much. Let me sum up.
Exactly.
Yeah, because I wanted to give her the whole, like, you have a moment to be a hero right now. It's like, no, you don't have, you have a moment. You get to choose the moment or not. Let's move on.
Yeah.
So everything about that I absolutely enjoyed. Hopefully we get to do a thing very, very soon. So if you don't see me here on the 30th with all of these lovely people, you will see me again sometime very, very soon. I haven't streamed on my channel in months, but there is a thing that I know that definitely I will be doing very, very soon. I'll just idly tell you all right now. In Japan, there is this thing called the Kohaku Utagasen, which is like a New Year's Eve musical competition where they get two groups of musicians from all over Japan to just close out the year by proving who is better at singing between men and women. And the woman always win, because obviously. And I have a lot of vested interest in watching this year's Kohaku, because without putting too fine a point on it, because it will be incredibly traumatic, suffice it to say that evil does not get to promote itself during the Kohaku. And if you've seen me discuss these things on my channel, you know what I mean? So what I'm leading up to is sometime very soon, between the 1st and like the 14th or 15th of January, I know for a fact, myself and Iori Kusano will be on my channel talking about the performances of that event on my channel. So sometime in January, look out for the revival of the Rising Tides Twitch channel. But other than that, I would like to roll dice with all of these lovely people again. So hopefully on the 30th, the holiday stops so I can hang out with you guys, because this is the thing that actually gives me great joy. But other than that, I am on social media everywhere at The Rising Tides. I have a website called BrandonO'Brien.xyz that is also my newsletter. So you get to see me what is presently talk about the novel that I'm working on, because I need to finish it so people can actually read it for the Tin House Winter Workshop. And also a reminder to all of the lovely people watching this right now, all of the writers in this room have made things that are eligible for things. So if you've read the things that these lovely people have made, you should nominate them for awards so they can have statues in 2024, because I think everybody deserves it.
Oh, thank you. That is a very nice thing to say. I would love for
that
all this to
includes Renegade.
Thank you. I would love for all those things to get statues. I would not say no to statues. Maybe it's a good sign. I was playing Starfield last night, and my ship call sign in one of the quests was Renegade, and I was like, So it's like maybe, yeah, exactly. At least Bethesda is telling me something for whatever that's worth. But thank you, Brandon, and don't forget tomorrow, right, is your poetry reading, right? Tomorrow night,
right?
7 p.m.
Tomorrow night, on the Facebook page Specpo, or on Twitch, the URL in Zoom, the URL will be in the post that I made on all of my social media, so you can find it there.
Okay.
That will be starting 7 p.m. Eastern time.
Awesome.
So please join. Hopefully I'll read a thing that is not from Can You Sign My Tentacle, and then I get to read a thing that is from Can You Sign My Tentacle. So yes.
Have not read a bad poem from Brandon O'Brien yet. I have not read one, so it's a good sign. Thank you, Brandon, very much. And I will speak to you soon about something. Also, somebody asked me, I think it was actually Brandon, what I was drinking. I literally drink maybe one soda every 6 weeks. I pretty much drink exclusively water now. But I
Is
did
this one of those like rare sodas that we were having
It's not
that entire fight about 2 Gen Cons ago?
Exactly.
Does this drink
It's
really
not that
exist?
rare, but is one of my favorite root beers, and it is
Oh,
Virgil's
that's a
root
pretty
beer.
good one.
Virgil's
Nice.
is a very good root beer, and yeah, it is
We have a root beer
insane.
store up here.
Oh, do you really? Oh, no
We
kidding.
have one that like has all the really strange root beers.
in Bothell, really?
It's in Linwood, actually.
Oh.
Root
Next
beer
time you come up and
intrigues
maybe
me.
if you finally come by and say
good.
hello, we'll
I
usually
know.
take you food.
We've talked about what happened there and why.
Yeah, no,
so
I
yes.
know.
But yes, that's so yes. It is Virgil's. This was gotten for me by my mother-in-law, actually, and I was like, I will. It is holiday times, and I'm going to drink this soda and celebrating these people. Thank you, Brandon. Good stuff. Marie, great stuff out of Merime on several levels. First of all, very effective in combat. I did laugh that you were constantly trying to flourish with dead people. It's just like, could you just stay alive just so I can flourish once? God damn it. So that instead just becomes this like sort of stabbing at people. But obviously very effective in combat. Also, I really liked the idea of you sort of sending your consciousness out. Now, Nisiana has been, one of the people big on like, imprisoning the elementals, but you've specifically had this argument with Tanton, and like Merime has. And so very much it struck me that Merime's connection to these elementals and the understanding of what that means was very powerful, I think, and it's the kind of thing that sort of underpins this tension that exists in Eberron. I love the setting of Eberron. The world of Eberron is sort of magical and incredible, but part of it is a little bit of those who walk away from Omelas, if you know what I mean. Like, there's a bit of it that's like, why are we basing it on the imprisonment of these creatures? And there is a disagreement as to how much they are creatures. That was the thing Tren was talking about with Tanton, and how much of it is actually like sentient beings that have agency and blah, blah, blah. So, and so you've sort of touched the edges of that quite a bit in this, it seems to me, Marie, with Merime. And just as a Kalashtar in general, given everything that Merime's been dealing with, that it seems like that level specifically of like what they're going through, the psychic pain that they experience has been a big thing for this and was part and parcel of this forge, and reflects the cruelty, of the Lord of Blades for all of the big words about like, oh, I'm about freedom. Yeah, well, for the Warforged. Anyway, but I thought that was really interesting. How did you feel about the session today? Where will the fine folks find you next?
I really had a lot of fun today. It was fun despite not being able to flourish because everybody kept dying. But it was fun, and it was fun watching everyone play again. Good teamwork, guys. We made it. We're still alive. Go, go, go. And yeah, I like Mirime's interactions. Like the fact that she can interact with the elementals was kind of something that came out as interesting because she's the only one who can touch their minds, communicate with them, try to make them understand, feel their pain. Like, so that has been proven quite interesting to play with. And yeah, so thank you for such a lovely game, Greg. Thank you all for playing so amazingly. And you can find me next. I mean, I guess I'll be here on December 30th. That will be fun. And I'm looking forward to that. I mean, that's what I'll be. I have a Epic Fantasy. If you haven't checked it out yet, I have a new website as well where I sell ebooks directly to people, so that I get to keep more of the cut than give it all to Amazon. So I'm gonna share the link to Oathbreaker as well. But if there's any of my books, I got a few of them on sale and a few of them for free right now on my website. So by all means, have a look around if you're interested in any of my stuff. And thank you so much. You are all brilliant.
Good stuff, Marie. And I'm going to drop you a message in Discord very quickly, Marie, in just a minute. So related to something unrelated to this. Thank you, Marie. Last but certainly not least, Tren. Again, I was really having fun with Rowan sort of being like, Tanta, can you look at something in a minute? Like we were doing the thing with the dog. That was very funny. And I've continued to have been very curious about Tanton's side of this. As a maker, I loved the idea of the dragon mark, sort of like, "Hello, I'm an artificer. Now shut up," like type of thing. That was funny. But I also think there is this, this underpinned sort of again tension that we talked about relating to the House Cannith's sort of experience of this. Now they didn't specifically set out to make something that you'd never created a dragon shard based thing, right? But like principles are the same. Like they're sort of worse, but they're the same. So this may not concern Tanton at all, but it's certainly interesting from people from a distance watching these two people kind of play out, in two groups in a way, sort of play out their views on how elementals are being used one way or the other. And it's going to pose a certain kind of, intellectual problem on top of the moral one in terms of what are you going to do dealing with whatever the implications of this are, because you also know what this forge is, and or at least know what a forge like this could theoretically do, and oh boy. So thinking about the implications of that from Tanton's point of view would be interesting also. How did you feel about today's session? Where will the fine folks find you next?
As always, it was just a delight to see this emotional meat grinder continue moving forward, and just being like, we should do this. No, we shouldn't do this because of this. Oh, right. Well, then let's do this. No, and just back. It's like, I'm going to do this. It's like, oh, no, I wasn't doing that. I was doing, firebolt. Okay.
Firebolt.
Ooh, that's like a 60-foot difference of opinion on that.
Can you imagine if I cooked that woman?
I literally was like reconfiguring. I'm like, this is going to be a very interesting next few minutes, depending on what you did. I was like, okay.
Could have all died very badly right then and there.
It would be great. But at least Spanner would. No, he wouldn't. He would have dropped pretty quick. It was awesome. I love this game so much. And this group is fantastic. As for the thing, I mean, I'm quite certain that at the very least, Merime remembers that after she shattered the crystals that were holding the elementals in the Citadel, that Tanton scooped them up and kept them with him. So he's got some kind of plans for those, and he has mentioned before, like on the train when we were going to the party on the boat, that he was making a trap, and he didn't go into any details about what that trap might be for, but the crumbs are there, yeah, it's gonna be neat. I love it so much.
I can't wait.
Let's see, and then of course there's other stuff going on under the hood that's just love it to death. Where will people see me next? Never again. Never
What?
Again. I'm just gonna.
Unacceptable.
Yeah, no, sorry. Incorrect.
Doesn't work.
See, this is what it's like when you've got friends who think that they're like in charge of your game or whatever.
Right.
We covered at the beginning that he's fallible and frightfully inadequate for a deity, Daryl.
Well, you know what? That's okay. Perfect is boring.
Yeah. Right.
You remember you said that. Okay, so
Yeah.
for the conversations coming up, God, it's gonna be so good. Anyway, yeah,
You want to make Nisiana cry?
not just Nisiana. Anyway, so the thing, where will people see me next? Will people see me here, here.
On Tuesday with Session Zero
Tuesday,
of Beowulf.
next year,
actually.
yes.
Is it next year or next week?
No,
It's
next
next
week. Not yet.
What time?
But yeah, Beowulf, where Tanton, yes, Tanton is going to cross universes. It is Tren is going to be playing a new character, which will be introduced to you, and this is a duet system, so it's me and Tren, and then the other player is Tari Tunes. It'll be me and Tari. So Tren will play once a month, and Tari will play once a month with me as they go through adventures in Beowulf Age of Heroes. Think monster slaying, a lot of people, followers, ships across the wild waves, and a lot of people saying, listen, to start out a poem. Like,
Right, yes, it's important.
So it's going to be great. And so that's going to be happening, and I'm very excited for that. So join us for our Session Zero with Tren on Tuesday. Also, Div is right. Tanton has a plan, maybe not a good plan, but it might be the best bad plan we have. That shirt, by the way, I was at PAX Unplugged for Sunday, as I was talking to John about, and I was wearing that shirt. And I had someone who came up and they're like, I'm sorry, do you play an Eberron? I'm like, why, yes, I do. And they were like, do you play this campaign because it's the guy's favorite setting? So it turns out it's actually a like an actual play producer who does stuff on Twitch, and Eberron is his favorite setting. And he was like, oh, you know, blah, 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 blah. So we exchanged cards and stuff like that, and we may follow up a bit on that later on. But it was just very cool because it was one of those things that I was just like, this is why I wear this shirt, because with pride, right? Like, and I have shirts for the different campaigns that we do, but I was wearing that one, and people were just like, and of course, my daughter who put together that whole shirt and like drawing and everything was with me, and she's just like, oh, they noticed the drawing. I'm like, yes, they did. They noticed the drawing. It's amazing. So anyway,
I had that happen with the Shire Adventures.
Did you really? Yeah.
Not me a tangent. God, see, now you're coughing.
I know, it's my fault. Yep.
With whatever that guy was.
Tony Bear.
Thank you, that guy.
Yeah.
With that group, I was wearing that at Safeway, and somebody was like, "Wow, that shirt's really cool. That kind of looks like it could be a D&D group." I'm like, "That's because it is." And,
funny you should mention that.
Yeah, it was good. So finally, if you want to, well, you can't really listen to it. It's available for pre-order. That anthology that I was doing for TechLit, the creative writing group with JPL and Caltech. The book is done.
KP contributed something to that too. KP from our vocalist fame contributed something to that too.
Yeah, and that is available for pre-order at the link that I just put into chat. It will be officially released on January 2nd, I think, maybe the 4th. It says so at the link, and it'll be released everywhere. But yeah, I have officially narrated Dave and Bryn. Yeah.
Nice. That's good stuff. That's good stuff. Good stuff.
Arv, actually, there's something else I wanted to mention to people in case you're interested. So a while ago, I'll put this up on the screen. Does that work?
Cyberpunk.
So
Big book of
Big Book of Cyberpunk, and this actually has not one but 2 Shadowrun stories in it.
Oh, nice. That's Jared Shurin did that, right? Isn't that Jared Shurin's?
Yep. So this is available now, apparently. Look, for having tie-in story appear in one of these big, I was tickled. It's just amazing, and the story is fantastic by Gene Raby. That's what I remember.
Good for Gene.
There's 2 of them.
That's great, actually. Good for Gene.
It's fantastic.
Big fan of Gene.
Folks. It's a huge book.
There is another story inside there.
There's another one, yeah.
There's another story inside there by someone in this group.
Oh,
do you have a story in there?
Yes, I saw Brandon. That's right, Brandon. Thank you for reminding me. Yes, alongside people like
which is why I'm jealous of you, because my copy is still in the mail.
Oh my god, I didn't know that.
I mean,
that's
this
awesome.
Is all the classic stories from like James Patrick Kelly, one of the first ones I ever wrote.
I've interviewed James Patrick Kelly.
So, Brandon, what is the name of your story?
The name of my story is FallenAngel.dll. It's one of the first short stories that I've ever published.
Oh, dude, good for you. There's so many here. It's so hard to find. The only problem is the table of contents is really hard to read because it's doubled column. They're like, where is it?
Did this, Brandon, did that originally come out in this Antho, or was that reprint from?
This is all reprint, right?
Okay, it's reprint.
Yeah, it's a reprint.
Okay, that's awesome.
Jen Woltalabi is in here, by the way.
Oh,
okay.
Right.
Okay.
It's Janelle Monáe is in here with Alea Dawn Johnson. This is like anyone who's ever...
Wait. Did you say Janelle Monáe, as in that Janelle Monáe with? Yes. I haven't seen Alea Dawn Johnson. Oh wow, no kidding. Yeah. Wow.
And of course, PKD, because you can't have one without him. Neil Stevenson, Cory Doctorow, Nick Mamatas, just anyone who's ever.
When does that book actually come live?
I think it's already out, in fact.
It might be.
I think it's available on Amazon already.
Triffid asked for you to show the cover again when you get a chance, John.
Oh, sure.
And it's called Cyberpunk.
The big book of Cyberpunk.
Bring it down a bit.
Bring it down a little bit. All we see is punk.
You know what? I totally forgot. I actually had an anthology come out last week. My Reinvented Detective.
Oh, Reinvented Detective with you and Kat, right?
Yeah. I'm a terrible person.
I have a story in it.
You do. You do.
This is the problem. Our outros last an hour because we're like, well, I have 65 things in this thing because we're all like,
this may be the last time you get to hear that we did things and forgot about it in the middle of the year.
There's so much going on.
You know, at some point, there's going to be one that 3 people here are in. So that as soon as I get the damn thing back together, yes.
There. And Maria's in it. She's got a beautiful story about nanites and dead people.
Let's just put it that way.
Yeah, Knights and Deputies.
Screaming corpse.
I mean, what Brandon said is true. Like, nominate all these fine people for awards, man. Like, this is the thing.
But I need to go buy the. I love Cyberpunk, and I did not. Oh, here it is.
Mhm.
You know, you might as well
In
throw
the
that
chat,
link
we
into
have
the.
I
Amazon.
am. I'm cleaning up the link before I give you the
Well,
link.
Prince
because-
Justin put the link in as well.
Thank
Under
you.
actually, so did Rising Tides. For Penguin, so did Brandon. The Penguin Random House, and
Yep,
then
yep.
Prince Justin did the Amazon link as well. So
Here we go. Buying that on Kindle right now because Brandon's in it.
yeah, where else can you? I mean,
Yay.
listen, where else can you get not only great stuff like this, but you get to see these people playing role-playing games that do this amazing stuff. Also, like the person who's like the star of audiobook recording for Shadowrun and BattleTech. Yeah. No, don't nod your head. It's 100% accurate. You should be getting you should be getting an Audie as well. You should be getting Audible Awards or whatever they're called.
I should probably put
Audio.
my assistant on. However, we have to nominate that stuff.
Yes.
We should probably putting all
Trent
ours
should
in
be
there.
nominated a million
You
times
actually
over.
have
Can
an assistant
confirm.
that's not like me
Yeah.
or Phil.
No, Phil is the
Okay.
assistant.
Anyway,
All right.
so did everyone call out stuff they wanted to call out? Because you know,
I think we're good now.
I think we did.
Yes.
Um,
We can set you free now.
Yeah, no. This was, as always, a joy. Chat, can we get some love for the amazing Infinity and Beyond crew? You will see most of them, hopefully Brandon too, but at least you'll see most of the rest of them in 2 weeks on the 30th for what may be the conclusion of Season 3 of Oracle of War.
Oh.
Thank you to Tren Sparks. Thank you to Marie Bilodeau, to Brendan O'Brien, to Jennifer Brozek, and to John Helfers. Thank you, all the players. Good work, everyone. I'll see you soon.
Thanks, everybody. Good night.
All right. And that, folks, is going to do it for us for today. That was a lot of fun. Again, I have enjoyed this absolutely so much. I love Eberron, and I have really, really enjoyed putting this campaign together. It's really fun to kind of just sink your teeth into something like this where you can really watch them develop over a period of time. Again, they're really a little bit past the halfway point. This really is kind of the halfway point of the campaign. They got to level 10 in about a year and a half. It's going to take them probably another year and a half but to go to level 20. But 3 years from level 1 all the way up to level 20, that's pretty good. That's good stuff. And so, yeah, I'm very, very impressed with how well they've done. And I am excited for what's going to happen next. But right now, what we have to do, folks, is I got to rise up on out of here. I am going to be back to you folks, though, we are going to do a raid tonight, so don't everyone leave. But I am going to be back to you folks on Tuesday. Again, Tuesday at noon Eastern, we will be having our Session 0 of Beowulf Age of Heroes, and it will involve Tren and Tari Tunes as your players. This is a really interesting system. I'm looking forward to talking about it with all of you and with them, and to sort of set us up for the first real open play session, which is going to be happening next month in January. Again, a lot of stuff happening in January, big exciting things happening in 2024, so you'll definitely want to be around for all of that. That's happening Tuesday, and then I'll be over on GOG.com at 4 p.m. Eastern, casting Spirit Guardians a lot, probably, as I finish up with Celasta Palace of Ice DLC. I have probably one more session of that, maybe two, after which I'm going to be moving into Tintin Cigars of the Pharaoh, which has now been patched twice, which means hopefully now it won't crash like mad now that they fixed it, I hope. So we will see. But anyway, it's going to be great. Yeah, I know, Wispy, right? That's the way I feel. So, but I hope you folks enjoyed yourselves tonight. And if so, I hope you will follow the channel. I hope you will support us by subscribing to my YouTube channel, which is free for you, but really helps us out. If you watched on my YouTube channel tonight, thank you so much. And I hope you will consider not only following on YouTube, but coming over and following me on Twitch and spreading the word and subscribing. But I'll talk about subscribing on my channel in a minute. Discord is !ArvCord. If you love this amazing chat that you saw tonight, I think I have the best viewers on Twitch, and it's the best community on Twitch built over many years. And so now is the time for you to jump on board and become a part of it. And I hope you folks will consider doing that by subscribing to the channel. But again, I'll come back to that. Discord, though, !ArvCord. It's free to do that. You can also follow me on my social media. Twitter is !ArvTweets. Blue Sky is !ArvSky. Website is arvanelleron.com. Financially, exclamation point Arv Shop is the merchandise area where you can get one of those best bad idea we've ever had shirts or merchandise or other things like that through my spread shop. You can also get as well the Shire Adventures stuff, which is now up there, and the Arv and Eberron General stuff. And soon, Expedition from the Mysterious Peak stuff is going to be going up there too. You can get that. That supports the channel and gets you some cool swag. You can support the Patreon, which is sitting right there. That is at 15 people, 111 per month, although I don't get nearly that much because of fees and so on. That really is the financial backbone of the channel. We're really trying to build that number back up. There are things you can get only through the Patreon. Epic poems written about you by yours truly. Epic character backgrounds written for you also by yours truly. And numerous other things that you can get, as well as moving us towards various channel goals, plus inspirations to help our players. We didn't have cause to use them tonight, but there are other tabletop games, and there have been cases where you had to use a lot of those inspirations to keep the party going. So those are one way to do that. You can also get inspirations if you sub to my Twitch channel at the tier 2 level or above. And if you sub to the channel at all, you will get access to a lot of awesome emotes, which I expect to see showing up on my channel chat in any moment now. Any kind of emote you could imagine. Arvin, Eberron, Arvin E emotes of any different kind, if you know what I'm saying. So yeah, that makes sense, Shadowed. I can definitely hear that. There we go. See, look at some of those awesome emotes, courtesy of Tari Tunes. See, that's the stuff. Look at that. I'm so happy with all my new emotes. They're so amazing. So yes, definitely support us by subscribing to the channel as well. On the publishing side, exclamation point Icarus is my graphic novel from Athos Arts. Exclamation point Library is my Tales and Tomes from the Forbidden Library. That's my 5e adventure and sourcebook from Alligator Alley Entertainment. And again, there's more that's going to be coming with that sooner rather than later. The second adventure in that, Return to the Forbidden Library, is going to be the source of my live D&D event at the Klein happening on January 26th. That will be live streamed as well, but it's free to attend. So if you're anywhere in the tri-state area, please come and watch. It's going to be interactive. It's going to be fun and amazing and good times. There's going to be stores there with merchandising and all this stuff. It's going to be great. So definitely stop by on a cold winter's eve to hang out with us as we do the second of those adventures and join Zach Clay, Carlos Hernandez, C.S.E. Cooney, Adam Petrosino, who is the high school student that won the essay contest to participate last year and is now a freshman at Sacred Heart University, and of course Brandon Crilly, who will be joining us from north of the border. So that's going to be awesome. Definitely make sure you mark your calendars for that, and you can find that adventure in exclamation point Library. Exclamation point Greyshade, finally, is my Grey Assassin trilogy. Greyshade and Renegade are the first two books. Greyshade is an award winner. I hope Renegade becomes an award winner as well. I'm very proud of that book. Those first two books are available right now at that link, as is the audiobook by Tren Sparks, who you got to see the audio stylings of, or hear the audio stylings of tonight. That is all available at that link, and you can pre-order the tabletop role-playing game of Greyshade being designed by Brandon O'Brien, who you also saw tonight, and you can also pre-order the final book of the Grey Assassin trilogy called Heretic, which yours truly is writing as we speak. In fact, I was thinking about this. We were talking about novels. If Icarus started as a regular novel, so if you count that as a published novel, it is a graphic novel, then I have written and published The Third Sign is 1, Icarus, which is the graphic novel, is 2, Greyshade is 3, Renegade is 4, Heretic next year will be 5. I'm also written an academic book, that's 6. And I have a manuscript, which I'm currently shopping around, I think very good, I'm very proud of it, middle grade manuscript called Winnie and Wormwood, which I hope, if there's any publishers out there or agents looking for something which combines some of the best elements of the Graveyard Book and Mary Poppins with mechanical clockwork pigeons and haunted pianos, then you definitely want to check out that book. So anyway, I think that's about 7 books that I've written in some capacity. So I was curious about that. And of that, 6 published. So 6 published. Heretic is under contract, so it will be published. So I'll count that. So 6 published. I was thinking about it, like, how many do I actually have? But 15 from Jen is impressive. And then you look at people like Ed Greenwood have like 300 or something, and you're just kind of like, wow, I don't even. So anyway, but that is all available at that link, exclamation point Greyshade. Finally, exclamation point BLM, Black Lives Matter, important to affirm and assert the significance and importance of Black lives. Exclamation point Help Now. which is the World Health Organization page on suicide prevention. Important to reach out to others when you need help and reach out to others when they need help as well. And Ukraine, Ukraine, to help the people of Ukraine as they fight back against an illegal and illegitimate war with bravery and courage, and send the message that we will do so for others in the future in a similar situation. And no, Dragon, I am not bragging. I am describing a factual point. You know me better than that. It's important not to also be sort of like falsely modest about like, well, I worked very hard on those damn books and I'm proud of them, every single one of them. So, one of the things that was nice is being surrounded by such incredibly talented people, like all the people that you've seen in the campaigns that we do. It's really a ton of fun. Anyway, it is a great pleasure to have been with all of you today. We are going to do a raid, and the raids are really simple. It's not bragging if it's true. And that's this. The Arvanauts have landed, followed by Twitch raid. Lowercase Twitch, uppercase R, lowercase AID. And subraid, Arvany Hype. The Arvanauts have landed, Arvany Roar, Arvany Witch, Arvany Woe, Arvany Smug, Arvany Love, Arvany Blown, all the Arvanys. See, I'll start bragging at 300, no kidding. All of the Arvanys, when you are brought over automagically to the place that we are going to be raiding. Let me just double check and make sure I know where that's going to be. Hang on just 1 second. Hold the phone. One moment. Who have we got? Yes. All right. I know exactly who we're going to raid. Lovely. Okay. But I will see you folks back here on Tuesday at noon Eastern for the Session 0 of Beowulf Age of Heroes. More Eberron coming in a couple of weeks. Thank you to my wonderful mods, Dragon Spear, Prince Justin, Shadowed Mage, The Rising Tides, Triffity Mats. They are the best mods in the business. Thank you so much to all of them. Thank you as well to my Patreon supporters and subscribers, Dragon, Prince Justin, Shadowed, Rising Tides, Triffid, Wispy Song, Crit Twitch, and Trendane. You were all awesome, amazing people. And thank you to my wonderful viewers. Thank you to Big Boss. Thank you to Coral Trickster. I love that name. Thank you to Darksteel Spork. What's up, Darksteel? Thank you to Divinorium. Thank you to Drew the Damager, who I think is just lurking. Thank you to Impulse Power. That's a great name. Thank you to Jagdris, K. Dr. Mark. Thank you to Michael. Thank you to Nonstop, who's lurking, I think. Thank you to, just lurking. Gotcha. Welcome, Drew. Thank you to Radio Johnny Panda, of course. Thank you to Reagan. Thank you to Regress. Thank you to Spofo, Tackling, and of course, Thordax Mommy. It was good to see you as well. Thanks, all of you lovely, amazing people. And yeah, please stick around for the raid, and I will see you lovely people back here Tuesday at noon Eastern for the Session 0 of Beowulf Age of Heroes. Until then, everyone, please be good to each other, and have a good night. Salvation, on the edge of the gray, Sharn, city of towers, and the link between them, the king's citadel, the ones who do the job no one else can do. Illyrian, the shield, a star-forged Aegis who's lived a long time, who's seen peace and war, and will do whatever it takes to keep the first from falling into the second. Merime, the sword, a Kalashtar bard whose dreams prophesy uncertain ends, but the wisdom of whose counsel and love for her sister are unquestionable. Tantan, the brain, a dragon-marked human artificer whose jovial demeanor conceals deep curiosity and razor-sharp intellect, sharp enough to cut down the Citadel's enemies. Nisiana, the heart, a dragon-marked halfling healer whose love for her sister is matched only by her desire to help and heal the members of the Citadel, no matter the cost. Rowan Shallow, the wild card. For most of his life, he's played a dangerous game. When the chips are down, will he fold or go all in to save his friends? They found an artifact so powerful it could undo the fragile peace between nations, the Oracle of War, which gives anyone who owns it the knowledge they need to win any battle, and which, in speaking lines from the ancient draconic prophecy, could predict all of Eberron's future. They traveled to Sharn, City of Towers, where experts like the Gynosphinx Flamewind began to unravel the Oracle's mysteries as the King's Citadel thwarted assassination attempts from the Emerald Claw, and the nation of Thrain tracked down the daring thief Sky Blue and defeated the salvage broker and claw operative Erulin Karnak. Apparently. But there can be no rest while the dogs of war howl. And despite the Citadel's best efforts, Thrain and Brayland have inched ever closer to all-out conflict, just as the Oracle predicted. Now the adventurers must return to Salvation, to find the secrets of the Oracle of War before it's too late. But how have things changed since they left? And will those who've sworn to die before they give up their freedom, the servants of the enigmatic Lord of Blades, threaten Salvation's uneasy peace? They've survived the Grey, saved Salvation, and navigated the intrigue and deception of Sharn. But can they stop a war? Only if they remember that in the end, all they have is each other and the King's Citadel. Long live the King. Welcome to Eberron. Welcome to Corvair. Welcome back to Salvation.